you know, because he knew he had to got it. He went out there and got it. He didn't go and be all pissy and moany and complain. He went and got it. That's what you got to do. Switch on Rupert mode or something. I don't fucking know what you got to do. But don't be like, me, 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 me. You sound like Beaker from Muppets. Me, 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 me. Do it. Stop being a...
Just do it.
Yeah, like, come on, man. Like, don't... Like, it's RC, yes. I know you want to do well. I know you can do... You know what I almost feel like saying to you? I feel like, man, just go up there with a beer in your hand and drive one-handed. Because I've seen you do that so good. Like, I think... And just, you got to have fun. Like, I think you're not having fun. Like, you're putting so much pressure on yourself. You're not having fun. And this goes out to anybody that's out there racing and they're doing this same, they're in the same slump that you're in.
Nitro is the glory. Welcome to the No Name RC podcast with your host tonight, Keenan White, aka Lefty the Great, and if you are unlucky, the Finnish village idiot, JQ. This is the RC podcast with no name, but plenty of content. So sit back, relax, and get ready for some serious bench racing.
Yes, indeed. Nitro is the glory, but buggy pays the bills. What's going on, everybody? Welcome to episode number 66 of the No Name RC podcast. I'm your host, Keenan White, a.k.a. Lefty the Great, and we have a pretty decent podcast this week. Main guest, Seth freaking VanDalen. Good chat with him for about 2 hours. Joe Zaier Jr. joined me on the Rant. That's pretty funny. When Joe comes, it's always super savage. Thank you to Nick Watlett for coming on of Wally Builds, and we did it was quite a bit of call-ins this week. So thank you to everybody that called in. The last call-in was actually really funny. And JQ, aka Rupert, aka Beaker, he had to gypsy his way back over to Finland. He didn't want to get stuck in America, so he's home. I'm going to call him up in a bit and see what's going on with him. I'm sure he's got some stories about his travels. I think it took 32 hours or something like that. But before I go on any further, I want to shout out and say thank you to all of the No Name RC podcast listeners from around the world. I appreciate you guys' support, and you are the guys who help keep this podcast running. Please share, like, sub. We got a new YouTube channel that I'm kind of doing some RC news on. I appreciate everybody that subbed that and shared that. Shout out to our Patreons. They got an early release of the Seth VanDalen podcast. Thank you to everybody that supports on the Patreon podcast. I need to call American Airlines and see if I can get credit for my ticket that I used that money for to buy for PMB, because that's been canceled. And thank you to a lot of our sponsors, man. RCMX, Tekno RC, Papa Willie's Traction Tonic, Beach RC, BK Servers, RC Raceworks, and of course, JQ Racing. Remember, showing our sponsors some love shows the podcast some love. So appreciate all their support, and they're, you know, like that, they help keep the bills paid too. So I started my NNRC RC news, or I haven't really figured out the name. I think it's gonna be NNRC news. Whatever, it's my venture into video, and we had quite a bit of news, a lot of race cancellations as I talked. If you haven't heard that news, you can go to the No Name RC podcast on YouTube, check it out. And like I said, drop me a like, a share, and a sub. I appreciate it. Trying to grow things here. It's a crazy week in the world, crazy couple of weeks in the world, and it has affected RC. But you know what? We're strong, and we're gonna get through this. And my heart and positive vibes and everything else go out to all of our RC family in Europe, especially in Italy, because they're going through a really hard time right now. I feel really bad seeing what's going on over there, and I think we as an RC community should show them support. Also, I know there's a lot of things happening in America with races being canceled and tracks being canceled. Not being canceled, being shut down. I know it sucks, people. It really does. But this is how things are going to be for a few weeks, I guess. I hope. I don't know. So let's just be positive. There's a lot, I'm going to be busy trying to bring you guys content, as well as all the other podcasters and YouTube channels out there. So support them, because those guys, they're working their butts off too to bring you guys content. for your entertainment and for their I like when people message me and say, man, I really like your podcast. It helps me get through my day, or I'm driving a truck and it helps me get through the day. And shout out to all the truckers out there, man. Them guys are working. Shout out to all the people in the medical fields out there working, people working in the supermarkets, man. You guys are heroes, man. All the EMTs and all that stuff, man. Like we need to come together as a human race, I feel, and defeat what's going on. Some may not believe what's going on. Some may think it's not as bad as it is, and others may not. I think we should just take the proper precautions. Don't panic, and everything will be fine in the end. With that said, we have a few news things to go over, but I want to call up Rupert and see how he's doing. So, let me see what's going on with Rupert. I have something special in mind for Rupert this weekend. So, let's see if he likes what I've done here. What's going on, JQ, aka Rupert, aka Beaker?
What's this new Beaker thing?
This new Beaker thing,
Where did that come from?
You know what? It's what I called you on the last podcast when we was having our argument, right? And you, I said, you're just like Beaker. All you do is me, 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 me. And so many people, like a few guys just messaged me and were laughing at that. So you know what, Beaker? I know you've been traveling. It was a scary 32 hours. You wasn't sure if you was going to get home or not. So I have something just for you because I'm so happy that you're home. The Ode to Joy by Beaker Muppet.
It's
just listen. Just listen.
I'm glad you're having fun.
Oh, I love it. Beaker. Hold on, it ain't finished yet. This is... Hey, honestly, like Beaker is the perfect symbol for your life. Like, he's clumsy. He's always messing things up, hurting himself. But you look, I don't know, like now, like people might say I'm Bunsen. Like Bunsen's always got some crazy ideas that don't work, like flammable, non-flammable paper or something like that. I don't know. Anyway, dude, I'm happy you made it home. The world's a little bit crazy. I know. Just run us through your last couple of days there in California and how you made out, because it was pretty interesting.
What was interesting about that?
Just watching you. You went to rode some mini bikes again. Did you deck out again? Did you crash?
A few times. Nothing major.
Oh, you mean, did you hit your head?
No.
Fuck, unfortunately. Might have knocked some sense into you.
I just decided to leave, and looks like it was the right decision because PNB was cancelled also. Yeah.
I need to call American.
There's not like I'm going to miss any racing, and also there were less and less flights because many flights were being cancelled. So I got out when it was still relatively inexpensive to do so.
Was your flight packed?
The risk of course, being that more countries close their borders and even less flights, and then it gets really expensive to get home, and and there's no PMB, and it's expensive to live over there in America. So I just figured, look, if things are going to get worse, it would make the most sense to be at home.
Yeah, I agree with you there.
Yeah, I just came home.
How was were your flights packed with people? Like, how were the airports when you got there?
Airports were relatively empty, but the flights were full.
Okay, so no
I think because they, cancel flights, and then you kind of have to. Everyone has to be on the same flights. So
you flew from LA to Dallas.
Yeah, then Dallas to London, and London, Helsinki. But I had a 9-hour layover in London, like 6:30 a.m. or something. I arrived.
Okay. Were your parents happy to see you?
I haven't seen them actually yet.
I knew you was gonna say that. I don't know, dude. It's crazy. Lots of races being canceled. We launched the NNRC News or NNRC News this week. 2 episodes. Still nervous about being in front of the camera, but I'm glad we did release them. They actually are running.
Should just be No Name News.
I think so too.
Triple N, No Name News.
Yeah,
keep it simple.
They're racing in Australia though, because in Australia they're having their Nats on, and the government said you can't have groups bigger than 500. So they're allowed. It's only like 71 people, but they're having their national, and the Thylacene's doing pretty good. He I think he qualified 3rd behind Kyle McBride and Berzin and Dick. Alex, I can't say his name.
Aaron Stringer quit.
That's what I'm hearing, dude. He has quit RC.
What happened there?
It's
pretty random.
It's so crazy. You go from making World's Finals in 2018 to out of RC. I mean, he just signed with Serpent, Argus, and all these people. I haven't talked to him, but it just sounds like maybe they just got tired of RC.
Yeah. Hey, media man, what was the rant about last week? See? So you saw this happen, and for this podcast,
I talked to people.
Found out.
I did talk to people. Well, from my sources, what it sounds like is that he just not into it, not having fun anymore. He's
Why didn't you talk to him? Oh, he's dead.
I haven't. And,
what's your excuse? This is come on.
Oh well,
we had a rant about this last week.
Well, you know what? Nobody has an answer. I've been asking around. They don't know me. They're not going to talk to me. So I just asked around.
Why wouldn't they talk?
The general consensus. Will you shut up and let me say what I'm going to say?
You don't need to know them to ask them.
The general consensus is that they just are tired not having fun in RC anymore. So they've left. But I'm sure we'll get an official announcement. See, this is the whole the weird thing about that announcement was that his dad announced it, not him. His
dad just said that he didn't even say that he was done.
Yeah, but
so I asked, did Aaron fire you?
Yeah, I saw that. And
that's what I thought.
But
maybe Aaron just fired his.
He's not at the Nationals, and he's not at the Nationals this weekend. And there's been just radio silence. So I assume, and the general consensus from the people in Australia, that he's done. Maybe he's taking a break. I don't know, but. You know what?
Maybe he got fired from Serpent, or Serpent stopped paying him or something.
Well, you know what, dude? It comes down to he needs to get travel out of that region. You know what I mean? He needed to get out of that region, go to it's the same issue I say with Kyle McBride, and he needs to get out, go to America for a little bit or Europe.
Maybe he saw the Thylacine win in New Zealand, and he's like, man, I'm not going to be able to deal with that.
Oh, because then you got the kid Alex that's really fast. The Thylacene's going fast. Alex is fast. And, of course, Kyle's fast. But the kid, Alex,
maybe the Thylacine retired him.
Maybe. That thought came across my mind. But it's going to be...
He's just going to break me. Angle in the air and break me anyway. So it's a waste of my time.
Oh, my God. The Thylacene's doing all right. He's doing all right. He was good in seed in practice, 3rd yesterday. Man, that kid, Alex, is really fast. He threw a 36 yesterday. 36 point something. That was faster than anything Kyle McBride done. So good stuff, man. There's definitely some talent in Australia. And I think.
So what car is Kyle running?
Kyle's running, I don't know. Probably the HB.
Oh my God.
I'll find out. I haven't talked to any.
Listen, every time you fail, I'm gonna remind you of this.
I haven't even talked to. I just was talking to Aaron. He was busy, and I said, "Hey, how you making out?" And I just hey, how you doing? I'll find out though. I'm sure it's an HB, or maybe it's running the prototype. But it's too late in Australia to ask.
I'm sure it's that HB, or maybe he's running that prototype. Jesus.
Who was running the prototype in Europe? Was it Breton? Yeah. So obviously, I would say he's running the prototype then. Yeah, I would think so.
No,
I will find out.
Most likely, he's not running it.
No,
I just asked because I knew you wouldn't know. That's why I asked.
Well, you know what?
You
know what? Just shut up. You always want to point out my faults. You know what an old saying is?
That's my job now. It's 2020. We're going to make this podcast great.
Hey, there's an old saying. Don't talk about the splinter in my eye when there's a tree in yours. Okay? Anyway.
I don't think that's a real saying.
It is. It's absolutely a real saying.
Really?
Yeah. We do have some news, man. I saw that Thomas Tran has resigned from JC. And I'm really shocked at this because he did a lot of good things at JC for video-wise as well as helping out alongside the track. But my sources and the rumors I'm hearing is that he's going to be the new TLR manager. So
TLR team manager or TLR
team manager. TLR team manager because they don't have a team manager.
Then it makes sense why he quit.
Yeah, and I think he'll make a great fit for that because he's really into 10 scale a lot. He's been, obviously he's been working under Jason Rona, who's super knowledgeable about every aspect of RC. So he's been working close with Jason, Paul, and all the J Concepts guys. So he can transfer that knowledge over. And I think he's a good, personable guy. I've met Thomas a lot at races. He's very nice to talk to. So if this is true, I think it's a great fit. Really great fit.
Yeah, well, I mean, is he going to move to California then, I guess?
I believe he's from the Pacific Northwest originally. So
he's been living in Florida,
working
at J Concepts or what?
Yeah, so I think in hindsight, he's probably just going to make the move to I don't know this, but it would make sense, make the move to to California and work right along with TLR right there. If this comes to fruition.
Because, when I sent in my application, there was a requirement to live in California.
You sent in your application?
Yeah.
Well.
So I guess he's moving. But, okay, so he goes to TLR. I think that's good for TLR, yes. Have more of a presence. I assume that he would keep doing what he's doing, all these videos and stuff.
Yes, it's still going to be difficult, though.
The social media, the video stuff. But was he managing the J Concepts team at J Concepts?
No, I don't think so. I think he. I don't quote me on this, but I know he helped Paul. Say when they sent Paul or JR Mitch, he would definitely be knowledgeable what's going on, what tires to run, and all that stuff. So he was doing that along with the media stuff. So I think he was doing two things at once.
Yeah, I just think what he seems to be doing with J Concepts and then being a team manager, that's kind of two different jobs. It's not like you can't do them both. But yeah, curious to see what TLR think is more important.
Well, I think he's going to be super busy because TLR is growing. I mean, look at the big presence they had at DNC. Then they got their 10 scale program going on. So he's going to be busy at these races. So, but I know Kevin Gahan, when he was starting to get into media as well in his last, he did some media from the Worlds last year and stuff like that. But Thomas is really good at that stuff. So maybe it's just easy for him to do it too now. When you get good at something, it's just like second nature. So we shall see. It's interesting times. And if it's true and if it happens, congratulations to him because I think it's a great fit for him. So we will see. This is unconfirmed, by the way. It's just what I've heard. And then when I saw him leave, I was like, this is not this is weird. Cause he had he was the guy, he's one of the guys at J Concepts, so yeah. Should be good to see. Good to see. Now, I don't know who's going to replace him at J Concepts, though, because he did a really great job with media and stuff like that.
Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing. I don't know.
Yeah. Interesting times, because J Concepts was bringing you the races. Times when Live RC wasn't at a race, I would tune into Thomas and watch his, and it was great. It wasn't multiple cameras, but it was still good. So we shall see. We shall see. Interesting times. I also got some news too about Reds Racing USA. I was told by the man himself that Alex Morelli has gone and they have bought Reds Racing USA, and they will be the official distributors and supplier for America. So I also see he's bought a new trailer, and he started, I think it's called Gold Star Hobbies. So he's continued to do, he's going to start doing, go back to what he was doing with NNRC. Is that your chair making all that noise?
Really? Pick that up?
Yeah, it sounds like you're farting.
The hell is, why did it do that?
So, I was talking to Alex.
Actually not even loud.
Yeah, I was talking to Alex yesterday, and he told me. So they should be announcing that as I'm actually recording this podcast. So, kudos to them guys. He's bought a big ass trailer. But the thing is, it's all the way up in Seattle, so he can't get it. And he's gonna do like what he's doing at NNRC. And I don't know it's crazy. But yeah, he's bought Reds Racing. I believe he said Kenny Johnson will still be team manager. So that's good too. But
sounds good.
Yeah.
So maybe Reds gets second wind in America now.
I think they've done pretty good. A lot of more people are running the new engine and stuff now. Kenny is I think Kenny does good. Like, he done really well for MKS and continues to do well for him. He doesn't take no BS. He's very selective about who he puts on teams. So yeah. And then now they have, the problem was they just didn't have no supply, no stock. I know a few people that are running Reds and like, we can't get anything. So Alex will have stuff in stock. And you know what, man? Like, when it comes to engines and stuff like that, you don't need a big warehouse and all that type of stuff. It's something you can do out of your garage. You can do it out of a trailer. It's engine. It's small. Engines, pipes, electronics. So will be good to see, because Alex Pilson was kind of just out of RC for the last couple years, in my opinion. I saw him at Silver State, and then that's it, like, last year. So I don't know. Good stuff, man.
I never understood why engine brands think it's a good idea to have electronics and nitro. Right now, I can't think of a single brand that's doing well in both. Who has electronics and nitro and is strong in both?
Nobody right now.
Exactly.
I mean,
I think it's not a good business decision, not a good move.
Kind of.
Even if you want to do both, then do both, but do them with different brands.
All right.
And hire different drivers.
Because they require two different things,
Yeah, no one can do it.
Yeah.
I mean, the closest was Orion, I think, some years ago, when they had, T-Bone, Cavalieri, and Mayfield, and all those guys were running Orion, but they didn't, even then they had good sales in 10 scale, I'm sure. 10 scale, people tended or seemed to use them, but no one was really running them in 8 scale because people just didn't think the engines were good enough, consistent enough. So that would be the closest that I've seen. They actually had good drivers, good results in both, but stronger sales in electric. But other than that, I can't think of anyone.
Well,
really tried it.
Performer's doing it at the moment.
But no one runs Performer anyway. Like Ronefog, that's it. Like, I've seen like one, maybe.
I've seen a few of the HB guys running the ESCs and stuff.
Yeah, but really tried it. They were good in electric, made a nitro, didn't go anywhere. LRP, good in electric, made a nitro, didn't go anywhere. I mean, they have Ongaro, for heaven's sake. Right? And no one runs their engines.
Yeah, and they're OS based.
Yeah.
So it's two different skill sets,
Reds
dude.
Was good in nitro. Reds made electronics. Hasn't gone anywhere.
Well, it takes two different skill sets, because it's like either you're really good at nitro or you're really good at of electric stuff, So that's why, like, Hobby Wings and Teekins and Novex, when they are on, they have stayed in their lane, electronics, and that's why they're successful. So
yeah, I think there's something to that. When you have a brand, you need to you need to focus your efforts, and that's what you'll be good at, and that's where your focus is, and just stick to that. When companies try to, change lanes, do something different, it doesn't seem to work very, very well in RC. People are really picky.
Yeah. So, dude, I mean, everything's about this COVID-19 virus that's going around and all that type of stuff, man. I think I was talking to Joe about this when we was doing the rant, and I think it's going to be. I personally think when all this is over, like I was reading here recently that China's on the rebound now. It's taken a while, but they're starting to get back to normal. I don't know how true that is, but it sounds like it. I actually think we're going to see, he was like, well, what state is RC going to be in? I actually think we're going to see a boom in club racing when this is all over, because people are going to want to race, and there's not going to be really much big races going on, or they might not be able to afford to go to big races. And we're going to see more club racing, and I have a feeling we're going to see new people get into RC because they can't afford to run motocross or to run full-scale racing and stuff like that. What do you think?
I don't know if it's going to have that big of an effect, really. I mean, if this goes on for 6 months, then yeah, sure. I think a lot of people will struggle because of that. Maybe they can't work, maybe they can't work, or maybe they own their own small company and the company struggles because of this, or who knows. But if it's just a month or two, I can't see it making such a big difference that we would actually see a difference in RC. Well, I just don't see it.
Well, time would tell. I mean, I think the next big race is Silver State, which is in May. So let's see if this clears up into that's, we're going, it's the 19th of March now. So we got about a month and a half, just over a month and a half before Silver State. Let's see if that happens. It's going to be interesting.
What we will see is that with all these races being canceled and a lot of things being shut down, I think the people already in RC will just be a lot more excited to go racing. Mm-hmm. So they'll be more active in the summer months.
Yeah, and in the club scene.
Club racing and going racing in general.
Which will be good. Because we always say we need more club racing. So it will be interesting. It will be interesting to see. I mean, the whole world's just a little bit crazy right now. I think for me, like reading the updates from the people in Italy, that's kind of hit home for me, from the RC people there. I send out some positive vibes to them and all that stuff, and I wish them the best. So I don't know, dude. It's just crazy. Here, like the president's locked on everything as well. But we got to keep people entertained, man. So we got to keep these podcasts running, the YouTubes and Facebook Lives, and that's a good thing. I saw Renault did a Facebook Live. He had 180 people watching yesterday. More stuff like that's happening, and that's great. We need content. We need to keep the RC passion alive. Keep people entertained, and, keep the passion going.
The French-speaking RC world is pretty big because he gets good views on his French Facebook Lives.
That he does.
Yeah.
I think it's because he gets all of France, which is pretty big, and then he probably gets like Quebec as well. And yeah, wherever they speak French and race RC.
Caribbean.
Yeah, Martinique, St. Martin. I don't think they race in St. Martin. Maybe they do. I don't know. Hey, I have another question. And I was actually talking about this with a buddy of mine last night. And he was like, RC is never going to be taken seriously because we don't have cash payouts in off-road. And he goes, in full-scale racing, you pay $100. You can still make that $100 back at the end of the night.
Yeah, but I think he has it backwards. That's not the reason it's people take it seriously.
I think he was just saying it's
people
one of the reasons.
People take it seriously, and that leads to cash payouts.
Yeah. Well,
it's not the other.
Well, he was
it's
just
not like, okay, someone just invests in RC. Okay, let's have cash payouts for the next 5 years in RC and not change anything else. Nothing will change.
No, of course, but he was just saying one of the questions he gets asked is like, do you make any money from these races? And it's like, all you do is put into RC and you don't get anything back. And I said, well, that's true. I mean, you look at the Euros, Nationals, Worlds, they don't give any money back. If you win that, you don't win no money, not from the organization that puts it on. So, except RCGP, they pay it out.
Well, there are some races that have some payouts, but that's not what will make RC bigger. Like just having cash payouts.
No, but
it's got it back.
No, he was just saying one of the reasons, not saying the exact. Okay, let me rephrase that. We was talking about different things why RC won't grow, and that was
not even a reason.
I think it is. I think people feel that when they get RC, and I think the resale value of RC cars is very low. Like I see people up there trying to sell some clapped out car for so much money, like trying to buy a new kit. I think that's kind of bad. That's why I don't sell anything. I just kind of hoard all my stuff. But yeah, it was just a topic we was talking about, and I wanted to get your opinion on that. But it's kind of hard to give payouts when you have, 600 entries. And the race promoter has to make money too, so it's a conundrum, dude. It's a lot of things that need to be done in RC to fix it, make it better, in my opinion. But yeah, man. So you got anything else to talk about, Joseph? You're back in Finland. What's your plans now for the next? Well, obviously you got to stay in, be cool.
Next month or so, I'll just be at home. I have a lot of work to do, so that's fine. A lot of designing to do, which I really enjoy. That's going to be fun. And just other work to do also.
Yeah, you got your office there. It looks all nice. You got to put a picture of me in that office. I think it's necessary.
On the wall?
Yeah.
Of you?
Yes.
Okay. I don't know.
Or maybe put the
that
cartoon, like get that cartoon of me, like get that cartoon and put it somewhere. I saw that on some people's cars that we, in the last decal set we gave. I think it's so funny. It's awesome. It's awesome. There's a lot of people repping the NNRC right now. T-shirts, stickers. It's cool. I like it.
Well, glad someone's excited.
Oh my God. All right. Well, you want to go into our Facebook questions? We don't have many.
Yeah, let's get this over with.
BeachRC.com, the Racers' one-stop online hobby shop. Choose from all the popular brands and variety in stock with super fast shipping and great customer service. BeachRC.com still has the local hobby shop feel with all the benefits of the internet. BeachRC.com is the exclusive distributor for Ultimate Racing, JQ Racing, Pro Circuit Racing Tires, Nitro Lux Fuels, and Assault RC Performance products. So fill up your cart and check out at BeachRC.com today.
All right, so question number 1. Racer Ruda, a.k.a. Salty Joe. Oh, Salty Joe's all salty about no PMB. He was like, I'm going. I was like, dude, you're not going to be able to go. I don't care. I'll do 14 days in self-quarantine. I don't care. I'm going. Then I was just sending him like, oh, man, look at this. It's not looking good. It's not looking good. Then when it finally happened, he wanted to kill me. I said, man, it's just that's how it's going. He says that picture that I posted of Bunsen and Beaker, it says it looks like you and me. Probably a little bit.
I thought that was the idea.
Yeah.
You posted it.
Well, I don't have glasses. Beaker would need glasses. Isaac Paulson. What is the plan to even up the score with Anthony? Well, first you would have to actually race against Anthony again. That ain't going to happen till next year, later on this year.
Worlds,
if it happens.
Yeah, well, I'll beat him at the Worlds, so that's going to be 8-3.
The World should count for more, don't you think?
Yeah.
Maybe we add that. Double it up.
But it's not going to count for more. So it's going to be 8-3. So then it's going to be, I guess, next year, DNC, some other races there. Maybe after next year I could be tied or close to it.
Yeah.
It's going to be hard.
It's you're in a deficit, dude. You're in a hole right now, and you're in a hole with no ladder, no rope. And you know what? You just sprung a leak, and that hole's getting filled with water.
Exactly. So I can float to the surface, but it's going to take time.
Well, I didn't mention that you're also tied to a rock. The hole's 10 feet deep, and you got 9.5 feet of rope.
Okay.
So, no, ain't looking good for you, dude. Ain't looking good for you at all.
What's the rope tied to my nose, or why can't I get to the surface?
It's tied to your nutsack.
Well, then I would make the surface.
Okay. No, you won't.
Your maths is off.
Yeah, my math is very bad. Okay, let's see. You're in a 10-foot hole with 5 feet of rope tied to your ball sack. So, you're fucked.
Okay.
Connie Swenson, he wants to know. Let me pull up his question here. I thought I had printed it out. Not printed it, I copied it. Connie Swenson's in Sweden. Question for Joseph. How much stuff does he bring back and forward between the States and Finland, and how much extra duplicates does he keep in each place, i.e. spares, tools, tires, engines? How many bags did you travel with back home?
I'm actually doing a Facebook Live today showing my unpacking because it was quite impressive, I thought.
I've watched you pack.
Stuff I got.
I've been with you when you've packed your bags, and it definitely is a show in itself.
But I actually don't keep enough duplicates. So I should have all my tools and everything just in both places, but I don't. So I have, fuel bottle, starter box, and some shock and diff oils and that kind of stuff. And some spares. But I should really have everything. So I don't need to bring my tools and all that stuff, but I don't. So
yeah. Tools weigh a lot, dude.
I know.
So that would take up quite a bit of your allowed weight. Did you have to pay any extra baggage fees?
Oh, yeah. I had 3 bags.
How much did they charge you for an extra bag?
It was $300 for 2 extra bags.
What?
Yeah, it was quite expensive. But I mean, the flight tickets was $100, but then I waited. So, I mean, $100. Can you believe that? Unbelievable. But it was so unbelievable that I didn't book it straight away, and then it went up
to what?
It was 300 something.
Oh, you dummy!
I mean, I still paid less than normal, I'd say.
Right.
But yeah,
that was dumb.
I had 3 big bags and then 38 kilos in hand luggage.
Well, you have 2 big OGO bags, so you lose 30 pounds right there. You know that, right?
No, I only one OGO bag.
Okay. Did you get another one of those plastic hard case bags?
Yeah, I have 2 of them.
Yeah, those are the best. In my opinion, for traveling with RC stuff, those are the best. Like one of them and then an OGO bag to go back and forth to the track when you race. Perfect.
Yeah, so I had 85 pounds in hand luggage.
Jesus. That's a lot of weight.
You are only allowed 15 pounds in hand luggage.
Oh, I go
one
over
bag
that
and
every
one
time.
Personal item. 1 bag and 1 personal item. I had 85, and
where did you store 85 pounds, dude?
I had a backpack. I had a normal carry-on sort of bag with a handle and wheels.
Mm-hmm.
Then I had a Walmart bag that I got. They gave out bags at some point, at Christmas or something. So this kind of canvas bag with a zip. And then I had a car in one of those AKA.
So you had
bags.
way more than you were supposed to walk in. I don't know how you got away with
and
that.
then I also had my headset bag. It's like a smaller than a radio bag.
Crazy. That's insane. That's insane.
And I put my like mini amp for the guitar, like a practice amp.
Yeah, how'd you get your guitar back?
In the bag. No, I didn't. I left my guitar. So I have guitars in both countries.
Okay. All right. And we have one more question that comes from Kenneth Pope. He wants an ultimate engine review, but I think we should probably save that for Facebook Live for you. You've reviewed them a few times.
I've done that.
Yeah.
When I talked about the carbs.
Yeah.
But, not really. It wasn't really a full review, but I talked about the carbs.
But you've gotten you've gotten to drive both engines now.
Yeah.
So maybe that'd be a good Facebook Live for you.
Yeah, I can do that at some point.
So Kenny P is going to do a Facebook Live ultimate engine review. I don't have any more questions, dude, and I don't even have a invisible speed setup question. The guest this week is Seth freaking VanDalen. It was a good chat with him, too. It's pretty detailed. He remembers a lot of things. Good. And, what tires he ran and what he done. And I was really impressed with chatting with him. So,
how old is he?
19. But he's been racing since he was 5. It's crazy. Okay. So he's been around for a long time. And his dad was big into racing and he was pretty fast. So, And, it's a pretty long podcast. Call-ins lasted. I think the call-in section is going to get even more popular because people just don't have nothing to do. So they're going to call and talk to us. And it's pretty good with Wally builds. So we got to get you on next week, I think, to chat.
Okay.
All right, dude. Well, I'm going to let you go. I want to get this podcast up, and I'll wait for your Facebook Live. I'll talk to you later on. Thank you for your time.
Yep.
All right, Beaker.
The No Name RC podcast is brought to you by BK Servos. These servos have awesome performance for a great value. High-performance servos, especially models like the DS7002 HV, super fast and precise, a cost a fraction of comparable super high-end servos. The DSSHT model has more torque than anything out there, and again, for an excellent price. Burt Camera, BK Servos. If you're interested in some BK servos, you can go to www.bkhobbies.com.
Joining me this week in the virtual studio, all the way from Minnesota, TQ of the DNC. A lot of you guys were asking who this young man was that TQ the DNC. Well, we got him right here on the NNRC podcast. I knew who he was. I was pumped for him for getting TQ. I know how fast he can be and how fast he's going to be. But I'm glad to have Seth freaking VanDalen right here on the NNRC podcast. What's up, Seth? How you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you, Keenan?
I'm cool, man. How you making out up there with COVID-19 and all that stuff up there in Minnesota?
It's been all right. I've been just trying to stay in. Kind of disappointed that Icebreaker got canceled.
I know.
Kind of.
It's upset.
Wanted to get away.
That's an old race too. It's been around for about 25 plus years, I'm told, maybe longer. So.
Really?
Yeah, it's been around because the race has been around. Maybe it wasn't at NNRC, I think, but it's been around for quite a long time. So, yeah, man, I have nothing to talk about this weekend race-wise, so it's upsetting for me too.
Yeah, this whole outbreak is really going to shut some stuff down for quite a while.
Yeah, you know what I'm going to be doing? I'm going to be working on my crawlers and my no-prep drag car, RC car, and all that type of stuff. And, yeah, just, I don't know, doing crazy things like podcasts and videos. So, yeah, I'm glad you came on, dude. I officially got to meet you at DNC. I had heard so much. You actually came on my radar at the 2018 Worlds. I was like, Seth VanDalen, who's this guy? He was doing pretty good. I think you finished 3rd overall. And
yeah, I was.
Was that your first Worlds?
Yeah, that was my first Worlds.
Wow. What was you pumped to be there? Like, how was Australia and all that stuff?
Oh, Australia was so awesome. I would definitely go back. The race was great. Facility was awesome. Race was a little long, but
yeah,
that's what the Worlds. So
did you and your dad awesome. Go only?
Yeah, just me and my dad.
Okay, because you actually do come from a racing family. Before we go on, let's just introduce you. You are Seth VanDalen. You're from Minnesota, right? What part of Minnesota are you from?
Yeah. I'm from Central. I'm from Foley, Minnesota.
Okay. You're how old?
I'm 19 years old.
19 years old, dude. How long you been racing RC cars for?
I've been racing since I was 7 years old and been actually driving cars since I was 5. So I've got 12 years of racing under my belt.
Really? I didn't even know that. That's a lot of time, dude.
Yeah. Kind of a late bloomer, I guess, like getting into being fast. I've always been fast, just could never travel to the bigger events to get my name out and really like get up to speed with all the other fast guys. So,
well,
we've done a lot of original stuff.
Yeah, it's not, your case is not unusual. I mean, I see this worldwide. So fast regionally, but I always say to people, you need to test yourself nationally or on the world stage. And you've been doing that lately. So, and impressing people. So I'm super pumped for you. You know, we know a lot of the same people. They've been, they tell me how good you are and all this type of stuff. And I was like, all right, I want to see, you came on my radar at the Worlds. Then at the Nationals is when you really like piqued my interest and it's like, oh man, like he was badass in Truggy. He was flying. I believe you broke in buggy at the Nationals. Where did you finish in Truggy at the Nationals?
I finished 14th overall in truck.
Okay.
And I
And
had motor issues in the main.
okay. Yeah. And I've seen video from your home track because Ashton, I know you and Ashton are good friends. And
Oh yeah.
he's a good young man as well. And he talks about you guys, and it's that Midwest thing, and I didn't realize that it was, I guess you guys are all from that same. It's a different area of Midwest, I would say, Minnesota, Omaha, where the Fullers are from, but producing some really fast young talent out of that area, man, and it's pretty amazing what you guys are doing up there. Why do you think you guys are so? Why do you think that area I like to call it the Italy of America? Why do you think you guys are so fast up there, man?
I think there's a lot of reasons we're fast up here. We had a few guys, up in Minnesota. We've had a few guys, older guys that have been pretty fast. Like Craig Kruger was pretty fast when he was younger. Still is fast. We had like Eric Swanson. He worked for Live RC for many years. He traveled everywhere and raced. He was fast. Kendall Welch. He's another fast guy from up here. A lot of these guys race on road now or are just kind of like off the radar. He ended up making a nitro buggy at Nitro Buggy main at the Fuel Nationals one year. I don't know what year it was, but I think he made it. But just building off of them, being able to run with those guys, really bumped my pace up. You just got to run with faster guys to be fast, and then you've got like Mason Fuller and Tom Rinderneck down in Iowa, Alex Vanderbeek, and then you got Ashton in Omaha, Will Brinton is fast. You got a bunch of guys. So like
Jeremy Morrow,
over the years,
he's pretty good.
Jeremy
too.
Morrow, I think he's from Missouri.
Mm.
You got Jared Wiggins from Illinois.
Yep.
Cole Tollard over in Wisconsin.
You're just naming off pure talent, dude. Talent.
Yeah.
You got it's so amazing that area is producing so many fast young guys, but it's built on it's built on, like you said, it's built on guys that are older than you that were fast as well. So you have to like kind of prove yourself and then get to the top. And I can see what you mean. So it's pretty cool. I think it's awesome. I didn't even realize the scene was so big in Minnesota. I talked to Joe Zaier, I talked to Connor, and Jeremy Oldman. He's from Minnesota as well. So I didn't realize there was so much racing going on up there. But it's pretty cool, man. And man, you just like, yeah, I love it. Like you're like, I think you're probably the guy to come out and break that mold and like say, hey, I'm here. Like I'm 19 years old. I ain't taking no prisoners. Here, you TQ'd the Super Bowl of 2020 for RC, pretty much. You know?
Yeah.
And like people were like, it was so funny. Like when I posted it, it was like, who's this dude? Who's this kid? Who's this guy? It's like, you don't know who Seth freaking VanDalen is? Well, you're gonna know, you know. But yeah, good stuff, man. So I always like to ask people. I know your dad raced. I know you come from a whole racing family, like your brother. I believe your sister races, everything. How did was your dad into RC and then you got into it, or how did that happen?
My dad got into RC when he was like 13 or 14 years old. So he's been in it for 25 plus years. It's over 30 now. Yeah, over 30 now. So he got all of us into RC. He's fast.
Oh yeah.
He ran me talking about like Kendall Welch and like Eric Swanson and like Craig Kruger, those couple of guys. There's more guys up here that are super fast, but he was like up front running with those guys. So my all out speed didn't come from nowhere. It came from my dad. But yeah, my dad started right around 13 or 14, racing quite a while. He kind of pushed us into it, and like I started keeping up with him right around 12 years old. I wasn't keeping up. I was putting myself in the same main as him at like our state events.
Mm-hmm.
So it was getting kind of hard to keep both of our cars running. And he saw me at that young age, or even I think it was maybe 10 or 11, saw me at that young age and was kind of like, I think I need to step back and focus on him. He can keep going forward and progress to, I don't know if he ever thought the end result was going to be like being able or having the possibility of being a pro or running at a pro level. I don't know if he ever saw that, but he definitely saw something in me, enough potential to put his gear down and focus on me, which I'm very grateful for.
Are you the oldest sibling?
I have an older sister. She's 3 years older than me.
Mm-hmm. Then she races as well, or she used to race?
Used to. She still has a car and she practices, but she doesn't race much anymore. So
it's you and your brother Zach then that race?
Yeah, me and my brother.
And your dad isn't slow because he came third at Hobbyplex this past weekend in Truggy.
Yeah, he's no slouch. He's got a little bit of inconsistency in him.
Mm-hmm.
Just always kind of has.
Mm-hmm.
He's always been like, back in his prime, he was kind of like just an all-out speed guy. He just could just push the pace so far. And a lot of guys from up here are like checkers or wreckers, kind of is what they would say about him. He'd either go out and win or he'd die trying.
Right.
And that's how I was. That's how I was and still kind of am, but I'm trying to like progress out of that, trying to groom myself a little bit more into a little bit smoother of a driver, but it's taken a while.
You'll get there, dude. I mean, you're just really starting your, I would say, professional career. Like, I know you're not a full pro yet, but you're definitely knocking on the door and getting there really soon. Like, well, I guess, what was your first car? I always like to find out what was people's first car. What did you first get as an RC car?
I think it was a Losi Mini T.
Okay.
So I think like I ran those down in our basement, kinda, and then it was between a Losi Mini T or a Traxxas T-Max.
Okay.
There was like, when I started, like between probably 2000, like I think 2004 and 2008 or 2009 or 10, I think is when it stopped. there was an actual monster truck class
Oh,
that
I know.
we ran.
I raced that.
Revo, like up here. I don't know if it was like anywhere else.
Oh,
We
yeah.
ran
It was
monster
big.
class.
I actually raced I bought in 2005, I bought a Losi LST at the track because I went to my first big race. Sorry, 2004 in North Carolina. And I'd never been to a big race before. And it was like 400 people there. So I was like, I'm sitting around for 5 hours. I went and bought a Losi LST, actually qualified for the A-Main, raced against guys like Patrick Rossiter, who was really fast in his time. I actually raced against Kyle Busch when he was like 17. It was pretty cool. I remember breaking that engine in at like 3 o'clock in the morning in the parking lot. Oh, man, it was so much fun. Honestly, so much good stories. But yeah, man, Monster Truck was big and the Revos were awesome. And you put that OS 18 in them and got that thing tuned just right. Them Revos were fast.
Oh yeah, we threw some a little bit bigger in mine the couple years I we had back when what was it? What motor company was it? I think it was an Italian motor company.
There's quite a few. There's been quite a few Italian motor companies.
It had a gold or an orange head on it.
Probably peak RB.
Yeah, RB.
Mm-hmm.
RB. We threw an RB21 in Revo, and I ran that.
Really?
Thing was nasty up here.
That's awesome, dude.
I think I blew the 3.3 up, and that was all we had one weekend. So we threw that, like, cut the chassis out to make the motor fit, got it working. I ended up blowing the plastic spur gear out one qualifier, so we got a metal one from some guy, and we ended up making it into the main. I don't know where we finished. I can't remember. But I have a few memories from when I was younger, just like cool stuff I remember. I remember like X Fest. That's another big reason, like, we're pretty fast up. Like, all the guys up here are pretty fast.
Mm-hmm. What's X Fest? Well, what was X Fest?
It was a race, I think at a fairgrounds, that was put on, and like Mayfield came up here. Brent Thilke talked to us about it while we were at DNC. I remember Lutz coming up. Couple of other guys. But like, just like when Lutz was on Kyosho, he came up here, and like my dad had just came off of his first state title when he was doing pretty well at X Fest. He was in the B heat before or he wasn't, like, it wasn't resorted yet. So he was in the heat before Lutz and Mayfield, or before Lutz. And my dad goes out and sets like a blistering pace and comes off the stand, and he's like kind of being like cocky, I guess. From what I've heard, he was like, beat that, and Lutz goes up and just like destroys it by like 10 seconds.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to ask Lutz. I'm gonna ask Lutz about that. I need to send him a message. But that's cool. But I love that in RC. We need more of that in RC. Beat that. I love it. So I love the cockiness. X-Fest, that sounds pretty cool, man. I'm sure there's a lot of spectators around and all that type of stuff. I really think we need more of that in RC as well. I know you guys did something last year. Was it last year? Yeah. At like a big swap meet. I think they had in Minnesota. And I thought that was pretty cool as well. But yeah, man, it sounds like nitro has been in your blood forever. You know, in this podcast, we love nitro. Nitro is definitely the glory. So what was your first 8-scale car? Like, when did you transition into 8-scale?
8-scale, when did I transition? It had to be around 8 years old, 9 years old. Probably 9 or 10.
Yeah.
I think it was a Jammin' Truggy.
Oh.
I can't remember what it was, but it was a Jammin'.
Oh, man. You're bringing back so many good memories to me right now.
I'm 19, but I ran so many different like old brands, old brands like Jammin', Hobau,
mm-hmm.
Afna, stuff like that. Just
oh man, Jammin' Jay was so cool. I had him. I met him. I was running Jammin' because I'm really good friends with Paul Coleman. He was Offner, and I was running Jammin'. Met Jammin'. Like, this is when Jammin' kind of came in to RC, and they were the predecessors to what we see now. You know, with all these tents and all this type of stuff set up and looking real cool. That Jammin' was doing that back in like 05, 04, 05. And it was so cool. So cool. Yeah, man. That was a good car too. And they really made, like, I think it was the first race production truggy. They say the GS Storm was and the Lightning, HB Lightning, but this was like the first race quality truggy that I remember. Like, you didn't have to do anything to that. And it was fast right out of the box. Good stuff. Oh man, you're bringing back memory. Like, I can't believe a 19-year-old. I'm sorry to say this, but you got a lot of experience under your belt. Like, you're talking about stuff like that. So yeah, that's why you're fast, dude. That's why, like, people's like, I don't know who you are, but just you've been around for a long time.
Yeah, I've been around quite a while. I've been hanging out with all the old guys. There's a couple guys I still race with up here that they're still pretty fast. Like Torat, he used to race with he still does race, but he like raced with my dad, and like Kendall and Eric. He raced with all the guys up here, and he's still pretty fast. Like, if I make a bunch of mistakes, like we'll run carpet off-road or even dirt off-road in 10 scale. If I make couple mistakes, he's got me covered. I have the all-out speed, but if I just make one mistake, he's there.
Mm-hmm.
It's frustrating. The dude's, I think, in
experience,
he's 40 now.
Experience, man.
But there's a bunch of fast guys up here. Like Andrew Mowry, he owns a racetrack about an hour south of me. Mm-hmm. He goes to like Canadian Nationals and like Snowbirds. He'll make the main there, and like the on-road classes like USGT,
right? And
then like some 12 scale stuff I've seen him do, and then like we've got John Wida. He's a 2-time champion now. Kevin Van Aert's always been fast. We've got Troy Gubbins. Troy Gubbins, I don't want to say out of nowhere. The dude's been fast. Like, I've always like been like, okay, this dude knows what he's doing. Just going to a couple on-run races and watching. But out of nowhere, like he went to nationals, qualifies to go to worlds, goes to worlds and gets 16th. Like, just out of nowhere, the dude finds so much speed and goes and gets 16th. I don't know what class it was in, but in 12 scale worlds, like, that's pretty good.
Yeah. Do you race on-road as well?
I have, yeah.
Okay. What do you think racing on-road makes you a better off-road racer? Because Degani says that all the time. He says racing on-road teaches you corner speed, which makes you a better off-road racer.
100%.
Yeah?
The corner speed aspect of on-road and like learning to drive lines has really helped me. Like, I used to, like, when VRC first came out, it was on-road only, I think. And I used to put in hours on that game running on-road. Granted, it might not help me a ton because the game was so glitchy when it first came out. But even running like I used to run on-road years ago, I think like 2010, 2011. We had set up there's a skating rink about 15 miles from my house that we would close down on a Sunday night, and we would set up a track. We'd pull like rolls of carpet out and roll it out on the roller rink floor and set what we had was like wood rails to go like set up a racetrack. It was a new layout every single weekend. We had wood jumps already built, and then we would pull the wood jumps off to run on-road in the same night.
Wow.
Wow. I've done a lot of stuff.
Yeah, that's cool, man. That's really cool. That's actually how they do it in the UK. Like they would have the stuff stashed on. Like I used to go to this track at agricultural. What was it? It was a veterinarian university. It was called Silverstone. And they used to just keep all the rows of Astro and all the jumps and the rostrum. They call it a rostrum in the UK. It was just driver stand. And man, we would have a whole new track in an hour on a Tuesday night. It was so fun. It was so much fun. So much fun I had in RC at that time. I think I'd like to see more of that. I think that can happen more in America too. I am a big proponent of Astro and carpet racing. I think it's fun. The little bit that I've done, I enjoyed it. And I think it's good for new people to get into the hobby. So when did you start thinking like, okay, I want to do this? I know you're young. When you're younger, every young racer wants to be a pro racer. But when did you start saying, I think I can do this for a living?
I don't think, like, obviously the thoughts always, like, has gone through my head before, but I don't think I've, like, ever said, like, I could do this professionally up until, like, this year at going to, like, or even, no, it'd have to be last year or the year before. It's either last year or 2017 at Nationals when I came out. Like 2017 Nationals at State Line, I came out nitro buggy and put a 10th on the board, which was like unheard of for me, like for a kid like me. And then I backed it up with a 20th going into the night, was running like top 5 under the lights and made a couple mistakes, ended up 20th in the round. But my first national was 2016. I made 8th final in nitro buggy and C main and truck. I bumped from the C to the B in truck, was battling my way towards the front to make the A, and had my fuel lid get stuck open. Really want to forget about that. But I think I made it into the quarterfinal of buggy in 2016, really didn't, and then just died in the quarterfinal, didn't do really well. Then 2017, something clicked going into 2017 and came out flying, I was top of the B. I think I qualified second in the B at truck. Made my first semifinal direct in 2017 in buggy. And then 2018 was kind of like under the radar, just stayed home from everything to pay for Worlds.
Yeah, because I didn't see you I went to the Nationals in 2018 and I didn't see you there. Well, I didn't really, at that time, I didn't know who you was. So, yeah, I understand that. But like I said, you clicked on at the Worlds, and that's when I was like, oh, who's this? Like, well, your name got me. I was like, who's this VanDalen kid? That's a pretty cool name, first off. And, yeah, I think you had a good Worlds. Like, it was you and I want to say his name, Jeremy Caston, who was over there as well. 2 young American kids that went over there, and I think they did pretty well.
Cole, is it?
Cole Caston.
I think it's Cole Caston. Cole Caston.
His dad's name. Jeremy.
It was a fun time over there. I had a lot of speed. I was really comfortable with my car. Just, I kind of felt the same way. A lot of guys said something to me that like clicked when I got back. They're like, I don't know who was driving your car up until Friday night, but it wasn't you. And once Friday came around, they're like, you finally showed up. And like, we saw it was you finally. Because I started just clicking it off, just back down. I was trying to push the pace, like trying to run like pace up front, I guess. But just kept screwing up. But I backed it off going into my finals, and I think I could have made it all the way to quarterfinals, because I think Evan Vale did, and I was battling with Evan in the main that I flamed out in. I ended up casing a jump, and a rock hit my flywheel. Yeah,
Evan's no slouch, man. He's a really fast East Coast driver. I like Evan a lot. But then, all right, so you finished 63rd at the Worlds. We're going into 2019. What changed in your program going into 2019? What changed with you? And did you travel much? Because I know you did the Nationals, but did you go to any other bigger races in 2019 that I don't know of?
2019. what did we do? That would have been my senior year. I did Nitro Nationals. My dad had a point series up here, the regular Minnesota Nitro series. So I did 2 different series that year. I went to what used to be the Futaba OS Nitro Challenge in St. Louis, Missouri at Dirt Burners.
Mm-hmm.
And it's now the Tekno Midwest race. I went down there and raced Cole Toller down there. How long did I lead? I led 23 minutes in that main, and it came down to the last 2.5 minutes of the race, and I ended up getting taken out by a lapper, and the lapper hit my car just right, and it snuffed the pipe.
No way.
Hit the pipe and killed the car. So I ended up finishing second. But
sorry, go ahead.
I was pretty pumped on that after the disappointment at Nationals with I had a set screw come off my front center axle or front center drive line. I was pretty pumped on that, leading Cole for that long and just being that comfortable. Especially that was my first race on the prototype car, is now the 2.0. That was my first race on it.
Okay.
Kind of went down there untested and was just like, let's see how this goes. I think a big thing that changed going into the 2019 season was I started taking 10 scale more seriously. I started pushing myself, like getting my cars, like prepping my own cars, pushing myself to set the cars up better. Connor Ehlers ended up, like, me and him are good buddies now, and he came in and really started to push me to, like, he saw something in me that I didn't, and he started to push me to go faster.
Mm-hmm. I know Connor very well. Good guy. He's the one who really brought you to my attention. And he has a lot of faith in you. And he's like, Seth's going to do it. Seth's going to do it. And I was like, all right, you say so. And you when you met DNC proved that to me. So I'm a believer. I am definitely on the VanDalen train and believing in you. So, but Connor has always believed in you. And, we I don't know how even we became friends, but, he's a really good guy, and, he does supercross mechanics and all that stuff. And I think he knows how to push people to be better than what they are. I think he has really a good skill at that. So shout out to Connor.
Yeah, he helped a lot. There was multiple, there was weeks that we did 2 or 3 practice sessions, not 5 or 10 minute practice sessions at night, you do a 10-minute session and you do 3 of those. No, we did 2 half-hour sessions a night. So he's just go out, make as little mistakes as possible, and run as fast as you possibly can. Just push it. Try and push as hard as you can, but don't make mistakes. And I think that was a big thing that helped. There was one night I remember, one day, it was about 8 o'clock, and the sun was starting to set, and I didn't have sunglasses on. The sun was setting. There was a real bad shadows on the racetrack from all the big hills that we had, the jumps that we have in the back. I couldn't see the lines because of the shadows from the track. And then the track was really dusty because it was an 85-degree day. And I was losing my car under braking in the dust clouds. And I made 3 mistakes in a half-hour practice session. And I was frustrated because we had just done 4 days worth of practicing, and I had 1 mistake and was flying, and I was just frustrated. I made 4 mistakes, and I was just I was over it. He's like, dude, you just went a half hour, 4 mistakes in the toughest conditions we've seen. The track was bumpy and dust cloud, literally my car at the end of the straightaway under brakes, I'm locking the brakes up, and I would lose it. I was just turning in off of muscle memory. I would turn in and then there's a double that comes out, and that was the first, like, I'd come off the double, and that you could finally see the car once it was in the air. So he's like, you have something here. He's like, we just have to get through this night, stay motivated, and then move into the next week.
Yeah.
And we kept practicing, and he kept pushing me, and my overall speed, I don't think it got any faster, but like, so my like all out speed didn't get faster, but my all out speed kind of became just my normal like pace. That was my easy, consistent pace, was just fast. And then Nationals came around. I made the same mistakes I did at Worlds, but I caught them going into the second day of qualifying. Q1 and Q2 of both Nitro Buggy and Truck really screwed myself. I was just pushing way too hard, making a crap ton of mistakes, and really found, like, just kind of just stayed, like, just thought to myself that night and was just like, what are you doing here? Like, all these nights before this, pushing yourself, getting ready, and you're throwing it away in qualifying. And I kind of just like thought to myself for a couple hours and was like, okay, I know what I need to do. We learned from Worlds that it's not about all out speed and qualifying. I went out the next day, backed it off 5-10%, and put in runs. I was putting in top 20 runs in buggy, and I was on like a top 10 run in Q4, and my front body clip came off. I ended up 25th overall and just barely made the semi. I was 31st. And then Truck, I did really well. Ended up making the main with a couple DQs from some people. But made the main, was 12th in the main. And that's when everything really clicked. I started pushing myself harder, going back, came off that race, ended in a positive note, making the main. Really started to push myself after that.
Yeah, I think that boosted your confidence a lot because I know after the Nationals, it's amazing that you're still even doing really good at these Nationals, and you're still kind of racing regionally there in Minnesota and that area. You're not going to any bigger races. You're not going to like the DNCs, the Silver States, PMBs, which I think people need to go to. And I'm sure if we didn't have this problem right now going on in the world, you'd be at these races. But I think it kind of all came together. I know, I believe Tekno put you on the travel team, and you went to the Buggy Land race. And that was out at Thunder Alley. And that's kind of when it clicked to me. I was like, oh man, this dude's fast. Like, I believe you, I can't remember. I should have researched it, but I think you TQ'd or I can't remember, but you was beating like all these guys that were fast. Let's talk about the Buggy Land race, because that's kind of, I know the overall finish wasn't great, but that's kind of when you announced yourself to me.
You're thinking of SIC.
Was it SIC?
Start of 20. Yeah, no. SIC, I TQ Nitro Buggy.
Okay, yes.
Buggy Land,
you made the main, I think.
I didn't make either main direct.
Right. You had to bump up.
I had a terrible B main in E-Buggy. I hate E-Buggy. I'm over E-Buggy. It's not the car is great. Like, right. The new 2.0 is phenomenal. Like, my car chassis setup is so good. I just don't like the power band. I hate it.
It's just like a light switch, isn't it? It's just, I think E-Buggy makes, yes. I say this all the time. Like, Joseph doesn't agree with me. I think E-Buggy is very forgiving to drive. I've seen many people that are really good at E-Buggy, but not really good at Nitro and suffer in Nitro. It's similar with Truggy. I like Truck. I like truggy, but I see people that are really good at truggy and not so good at nitro buggy. So I think you should practice more if you're nitro buggy than anything and leave the other classes. Nitro buggy and two-wheel drive buggy, I think, is what you need to practice with, in my opinion. Well, who am I? I'm just some idiot behind a microphone. But yeah, at Buggyland, you bumped into the mains. I'm sorry, I did get it confused with SIC, but we'll talk about SIC in a minute. And that's even when Joseph's like, who's this kid, Seth VanDalen? I'm like, dude, he's good. I remember Joseph asking me about you.
I think so. The B main at Buggyland, I had terrible qualifying. I drove just like I did at Worlds and 2019 Nationals at the start of qualifying. I just kind of lost myself. I was pushing way too hard, making a crap ton of mistakes. That was my first time ever at Thunder Alley. So, learned that track you can't take a lot from that track. You just have to take what you can get. You can't take extra. You just have to take what the track gives you and drive to that level. And I didn't really realize that till going into the lower mains. And the B main, I had crazy speed. I finally found something that worked. The car was working good. Was battling with Tanner Stees, Cody King, and my teammate Jared Wiggins. Where the four of us were all running like super close at the start to the middle of the race, and I had some issues. I think I had an issue in, was it pit lane? It was pit lane, or I made a couple mistakes, and I regained my focus later in the race. Got into a transfer spot. I was the last transfer in. I had caught Cody on the last couple laps, but just decided it was better for me just hang back and just make it in the show. No reason to push the issue. And me and Cody don't have a really good relationship.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Pretty good races.
I didn't know that.
The what people call the farm truck body, the C10 body I always ran on Truggy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got into it with Cody King during qualifying at State Line with it.
Oh.
I passed him clean, and he cleaned me out, and I said something to him after the race. I said, nice pass. And he was pretty frustrated with me about that.
Who cares? I love it. I love it. I love the fiery attitude. Who cares who cares? Yeah.
I just decided to stay back and just make it in the main. Made it in, went into that main, and ended up, it was a pretty good start, a little rough. I got caught up with a few different cars, but then it was a 45-minute long main, or was it a half hour? I don't know. It was a longer main. I started to push the pace, started to catch up to guys, and was hanging with my teammate Joe Bornhorst. I could hang with Tebow for a few laps when he came around, Mayfield, and I was hanging with fast guys. I could hang with those guys for a couple laps, but then I'd slowly lose them. But started making my way towards the front of the field, and I think I got all the way to fifth with about 2 minutes left to go, or two laps left to go, and I made a mistake and fell to sixth. Tried to mount a charge, a last lap and a half charge to maybe close up on Tanner enough to make a pass in the last corner, and just fell short by about a second. But Buggyland was really good. It was a really good ending for me. It really opened a lot of people's eyes, especially Tekno. For me, they were they knew I was fast going to the national events that I've done, but I hadn't had any other race to really back it up. I had a lot of regional stuff, the couple nationals I've done. Worlds was impressive, but wasn't all that impressive at the same time. And that finally, I was like, I got a couple offers from some people, from some companies, and really sat down with them and was like, obviously some people see something that I don't know if you guys do or if I don't. They want to push me farther. I'm like, I don't feel comfortable with a couple months going into the new year. I don't have my home track to test on because we had already had snow on the track, so I couldn't practice or test new cars. And we kind of worked with them, and they helped us out with a little bit of budget, and then trying to help us out at races. Some travel stuff like just hotel and car rental, helping us out with just staying at hotels, and then having transportation to and from the track, to and from the track or hotel, airport, stuff like that. And that was like a huge thing. Was like, sweet, I'm here. I've got something to help. And after Buggyland, we tried to talk to a few different companies, our tire sponsor at the time, which was Proline. And I think we talked to OS, a couple different servo companies, and didn't really like what we were getting back from the servo companies. I hate to say anything bad,
That's fine.
but
That's cool.
Kind of unresponsive and wasn't really being helpful. So going into the 2020 season, I was kind of at the point where my dad was trying to get me to stay on Proline, and I was basically at the point, I'm like, I'm done representing a company that doesn't want to help me anymore. I'm like, I will privateer tires before I put that sticker or run for that brand if I'm not getting some portion of tires free. I was like, I'm over it. I'm like, I'll pay for a different company's tires before I get discounted tires from them ever again. And that was kind of like, that was just me. I was over it. And going into the 2020 season, I was going to be a David Ronafalk, just run whatever I wanted, kind of. I mean, obviously, he's backing from other sponsors that pay for stuff, but I was just going to go and pay for all my tires. But my dad put in a few phone calls, some emails, and got a hold of JC, and I had ran for JC before, and we got something figured out with them a few days into January, and they hooked us up. And then I had the first race that in January that I wasn't sponsored by any tire company was the Tekno Race, and that's when Tebow was there.
See, I forgot about that race. I really did.
And I came out swinging.
That you did. You came out swinging this weekend too, to be honest. So, yeah, you hit a home run at that race at the Hobbyplex Tekno Winter Series, and you beat beat Tebow, and that was, people were just like jaws were dropped, and I was like, not surprised at all.
I got a hold of my sister's boyfriend, Kyle Holmberg. He's another guy that's pushed me to go faster. He's been one of my top competitors for the last few years. We've gone back and forth, traded championships and traded wins, and got a hold of him. He's been sponsored by JC for a couple years now, and I was like, hey, I'm going to the Tekno Winter Series, and I don't want to go down there with Proline tires. I'm like, do you have any tires, whether they're used or new, that I can run? I'm like, I'll get them back to you. And he gave me a whole box of tires, some 3-4 sets of pre-mounted, or not they were pre-mounted, but they're used, like whether they're 50 or 90%. I had a couple 90% tread sets, just one runs. And I used those, came out swinging with no tire sponsor, ended up TQing, winning over Tebow by over a half a lap, which was like I had almost a lap lead at one point and kind of fell apart, but regained my composure midway through. It was just kind of surreal during the race, being able to lead that caliber of a driver and someone I've always kind of looked up to. When I was younger, I ran a lot of his products and stuff, so it's kind of surreal and kind of lost myself a little bit, but regained composure, won that race, and that's kind of what sparked everything with JC. Like, I was able to show that I have the speed, that they weren't worried about trying to, they weren't worried about me joining the team late or this and that, finding a spot for me if need be. And we went into SIC, moving on to SIC, went into that race. And my goal, like all my goals going into every single race this year, they've obviously now changed after DNC. But now going into up until DNC, they were make the main and just prove that you have something. You have what it could be to have something that could take you to the top or be a premier driver is what I should say. And we came out, TQ'd the first round at Nitro Buggy, put all three cars in the main, TQ'd the first round, kind of fell off second round, came back for the third round, put a 3 on the board, held on to the TQ overall in Nitro Buggy, qualified, I think, third in E-Buggy, which was like, that was my first race on the 2.0 E-Buggy. I was starting to get comfortable with my Tq'ing stuff. I was getting comfortable through the whole season, but that was when I was really starting to get comfortable, and we were running good. Moving into the mains the next day after qualifying, we were running good in E-Buggy. I think I only made a lap, a lap or two, lap and a half. I ended up jumping too far into the face of something, and I blew the ESC up in my car, and that kind of like, I took a step back after that, and I was like, well, I was at that race and was like, I was running a Gen 2 Tq'ing, and I was like, I just blew up what I had just ran for 11 months. Like, I was comfortable on. And I was like, I don't know if I could do this. Like, I had a Gen 3 that I had tried to run at the Tekno Race that month and was frustrated with it. And I pulled it out, put my Gen 2 in, and ran my Gen 2 at that race. But blew my Gen 2 up at SIC and was like, we were running second. I was like, what am I going to do? I don't know if this Gen 3 is going to work. And put a Gen 3 in, got that all figured out. Shout out to Joe Bornhorst helping me out with that. But then truck. Why? Why did it have to end like that? Made it 22 minutes in, running top 5, and was chasing the third and fourth spot ahead of me, which was Joe Bornhorst and Cole Ogden. I was starting to gain on him going into last pit, and I was a ways out. I was like 14, 15 seconds out, but I've came back from bigger deficits before, and I had the drive to push the truck to that point. And I had a mechanical, and then Nitro Buggy that weekend went downhill fast that day. E-Buggy broke, truck broke, and then moved into Nitro Buggy, and we had all 4 tires come off in 7 minutes. and had to change all 4 tires in the pit lane, and fell down 3-4 laps and ran my way back up to like 11th. I was kind of disappointed about that, but at the same time, if you take out the 3 I think it was 3 laps that I lost in pit lane, you add those 3 laps on, and I finish third. I think third or fourth. Close. I think it was a close third or fourth. I would have finished if you take those 3 laps in pit lane away. And that was like, okay, I had the pace. We didn't have it figured out, or we didn't have something figured out. Went into e-buggy kind of just like, what am I going to do? Was frustrated. It was just kind of like at my end with the weekend, and was like, let's just get through this race and try and put something on the board, like put a 5th on the board or something, just something to end the weekend nice. And had issues with my brakes before the race. I couldn't get I wasn't comfortable with the brakes. There was a setting in the Tq'ing that I wasn't familiar with that was weird to me. It had like brake by RPM, I guess, where like at low speed you had no brakes, kind of, and then at high speed it would just like lock them up, which was really weird to me because I'd never driven a car like that. But we made it through that main. I led part of that main with Bornhorst and Tebow in tow. And like I talked to them after that race, and they're like, what happened? Like, you just kind of like started slowing down. I'm like, I told Jared, I'm like, leading you at the Plex was nerve-wracking, but it was manageable. And then Lutz was up there too. You put Bornhorst, Tebow, and Lutz behind you, and like that's 3 names that are all top. They're top guys in the U.S. And you start to go, oh my God, I'm doing this. I started to fall apart, slow down. And Joe got around me, and Lutz challenged me the last couple laps, but made a mistake. I ended up 2nd in that main, got 3rd overall, and that was a nice end of that event.
Mm-hmm.
And apparently opened eyes to you guys that I was here to push the pace. So
Yeah.
putting that you up and then getting a 3rd in e-buggy.
So yeah, man, you even opened up more eyes after SIC. And then I guess the next big thing was DNC. So going into DNC, did things change as well from SIC to DNC?
Like goals wise?
Well, just like people knowing, like people recognizing your worth. That's what I like to say.
Yeah, there was. I think I gained respect from a few different people, like it was great to see because I had like whether or not I had issues with them, like at SIC after the TQ, Cole Ogden was super awesome. Like we had kind of an issue at Buggy Land. He had a broken car, and I got into him. He had a broken car, and I got into him, and we kind of traded back and forth a little bit. But Cole Ogden was super awesome. Anthony Westergaard, we had that was like Buggy Land was our first time ever like racing with each other, so like we kind of threw elbows. And after SIC, I think we were kind of both like, okay, we know where we're at. We've raced together now twice. So like there was a lot more respect between the two of us at that next race. But yeah, going into DNC, like just a few different guys just started. I started showing more respect towards them. They started showing more respect towards me. It was great. Really helped at DNC. Just making friends at those couple races really helped when you were on a good run or like running up front. Just having that knowledge or that thought in the back of your head that you don't have to worry about them getting in the way or being aggressive just because you had slight issues with them before. But
yeah, it's like, all right, so you're not like really, like you were the new kid on the block. You came in and you showed, hey, I'm not going to take no dumb shit. Like, I'm here to race too. And as a fellow racer, I think they have to respect that. And you're going to get more of that as you go on and you race more. But, man, you just blew them all away at DNC. Let's talk about that. How did you, that track was really hard. I know you have your own personal track, but you haven't been able to race on that up to that because it's obviously snowing up there. But going into this race, what was your expectations going into DNC?
Expectations going into DNC. Well, I was trying to kind of basing myself on looking at last year or 2018's DNC with how many fast guys showed up. I think what the Tekno guys said, there was 22 top 25 guys there. Maybe. I think that's the number, or maybe less. But there was 14 this time. So I was kind of like, my goals going into that was like, my ultimate goal was make mains. That was make a main. Or make the mains is what my goal was. Or just a close B main. And going into I flew out there early for a practice that the Tekno guys organized with a couple of other teams. Like we organized with Adam Drake, Ty Tessman, the HB guys, which would have been Rana Falk, Heckert, Ogden, guys like that, like Joe Bornhorst kind of organized all that stuff. And all of us guys kind of like worked together, pushed each other in the practices, kind of battled it out, saw where everyone was, kind of pushed each other, like with that being the first big race of the year, or like bigger where everyone comes together. And I found out that my second time back at Thunder Alley during that practice, I kind of found out that I was like, I'm not far off of these guys on a bumpy track. I was like, we finally get onto a dusty, bumpy track that I'm used to back home, where you can't push the car a whole lot. Your car needs to be good to let the car work through the bumps. And I started hanging with Tessman and Rana Falk. Granted, it's practice, so I don't know if they're trying to push pace, but I mean, Tessman, Ogden, Rana Falk, Tebow, Bornhorst, Drake I was battling with, like all those guys, I could match pace or drive hard, like drive faster than them, which was like a huge eye-opener going into the week at DNC. And when we initially got to DNC on Wednesday, we were like going into seating. I was like, it's time to show all the work that we've done over the past couple of days on the practice track, and just all the work that we put in before that on the cars and stuff. And seating was, in my opinion, kind of disappointing for me, but at the same time, it was okay. I was in the B heat of, I think it was in the B heat of all three. Yeah, it was in the B heat of all three classes. And e-buggy and truck, personally, I don't try to sandbag. I'm not that guy that tries to like put myself in a lower seated heat so then I'm not battling fast guys during qualifying, but I prefer it. So if I end up sucking in seating and I can't put 3 laps together, which happens sometimes, it's happened at Nationals to me, it's nice because you're not like, say you make a little bobble in the A heat and someone catches you. Okay, you got to let them by. Like, that's the courteous thing to do. So I, like, me trying to gain the respect of the pros, I always get out of the way. I get out of the way because I am not sure if I can outrun them And if I do make a mistake, I could collect them. So I'm going to get out of the way. And when you do that, if you can't get back into a rhythm in a couple of corners, a lap or two later, you got another guy on you. You got to pull over. So like seeding into the B heats kind of worked out for me. Obviously, there were still fast guys in there, but it was all guys that were still struggling, like me, going into qualifying. So it was nice not having a battle with the guys who had it figured out. And we kind of put up good runs in e-buggy. We put up, I think, an 16 the first run. Was it a 10 and then a 6 going into the night? And that kind of opened people's eyes that first, because I think e-buggy was before truck. When I got that 6, everyone's like, okay. Or a couple people were like, okay, this kid is good under the lights. Because I just could drive off muscle memory where all the bumps were, and I've driven under the lights at my house a lot. I'm just super comfortable in the dark driving, and then truck came up. I ended up with like a 18 the first run, a 25 the second run. I had a blowout in the second run. It was terrible. But then the third run came around, and we put a 3 up. I got a third overall. And that was like, we made a ton of setup changes going into Q3. We changed tires. We went from a triple D, which is like a whole shot. We went to a reflex. And then we went from triple D to whole shot, or triple D to reflex. And then we made like a bunch of changes to the chassis setup, like toe change, wheelbase, put the JC body on it, the JC wing, and or maybe, no, it's not the Tekno wing on it, but just made the truck just comfortable. It's stuck to the ground with the JC body. It has a little more downforce than the Tekno. The reflexes have a little more contact patch, just made the truck feel more stuck. They felt like they slid over the bumps a little bit better, and they were a little more precise. And we put a 3 on the board. And that was a huge thing. We'd finally gotten truck figured out. So that was a huge burden off our back going into buggy the next day. But with e-buggy, figuring out the setup in e-buggy and DNC, I didn't think I had what it took to TQ or qualify up front. I felt that I could qualify top 10 based off of what I did in truck and e-buggy the night before. And kind of went into the first run with the e-buggy's night setup on it, on the nitro buggy. Went out on a bigger pin soft tire. So I went out on blue Cosmos, which is like a huge block in soft compound. And just, that was my comfort tire that I'd found at the practice days. And that's what I ran when I got the 6 in e-buggy that night before. Went out and had a mistake first lap, or like first couple laps, crashed. Was upside down on the front section for a couple seconds, but put my head down, ran it back to, I think, an 8th overall. And without that mistake, you look at my run, and it was like a 4th or a 5th, which was good. It was impressive. And then we move into Q2, and the JC guys pull me into the truck, and they talked. The guys were going to go out and test some different compounds and some different tires and Q2, and they're trying to convince me to run a tread pattern that I hadn't ran all weekend, and which I was okay with. Like, they're trying to push me out of my comfort zone, see what I can do, and then I'm trying to help the team move forward. That's the biggest thing. You want to, the Tekno guys are my main focus, helping them progress forward. But then the next focus is your tire company, and helping them was my next main focus. I felt the Tekno guys, we all had good setups on our car going into qualifying, and it showed. We had decent first runs, I think. I think I got 8th in the first run of Nitro Buggy. Joe was 7th, and then Tebow was 6th, and I think Wiggins got like a top 15. So we had good setups going in. So then my main focus going into Q2 was moved on to tires. I want to put whatever I can. I want to do whatever I can to try and help the tire company out, even though maybe I may not be that much of a help, just because I have a very particular driving style. But I tested a harder compound tire for them in a comfortable tread pattern that I had ran before. Ran Aqua 2 blockers, which was pretty hard. And Q2 Nitro Buggy came out and put a second up and Marco Barufalo ended up beating me. But he had me like by 5 seconds in that run. But like he made a mistake. He had a big crash. He had a 12-second lead on me going into the last like minute of the qualifier. And made a mistake and ended up 5 seconds in front of me. That dude, unreal speed. He was crazy. But then,
I agree.
So I was super pumped about that too, and that put us 4th on the grid at that point. I was looking at the qual points, and I was 4th on the grid at that point. And we sat down with. That was the best run the Tekno guys had had. Oh, that was the highest. I think Tebow had a 3 or a 4, and Joe had, I think, another top 10. But Danny kind of pulled me aside and was like, he's like, "What are we gonna try going into the last run?" Because he knew I was better on the lights, and I said, "Well, I was thinking about testing tires," and then he's like, "Well, I'd rather test setup going into the night." He's like, "You're sitting comfortable. Let's try and test setup." And the setup change that he wanted me to make I was fine with it, but I hadn't ran it a lot. It was a front end setup change that we had in our bag, and I hadn't ran it a lot, and wasn't super comfortable with it. So I ended up staying away from it. I made a different setup change. I added more bump steer or something, and kind of just tried to basically do the same thing, but not go so aggressive with it. And went to JC, and they're like, "Do you want to test tires? Do you want to test like a green reflex?" And I was kind of like, sat down with Thomas Tran, and he was a huge help that weekend. He was so great. Sat down with him, and he's like, "You have a 2." He's like, going into the last run. He's like, obviously, they had Mayfield up front and Fend up front. Both of those guys had been putting up runs, and I was their third guy that was putting up decent runs. And I mean, there's other guys too, but they're like, Thomas was like, "We're not expecting anything from like a whole lot from you," which is, it's good to hear, but it's also at the same time was like, are you underestimating me at the same point? But it's good to hear that there's no expectation for you, so it's a big monkey off your back. And went into the last run, went out on a green blocker, stuck with the same tread pattern as Q2, but just went softer to match the temperature and the grip level into the night. And the stars aligned going into Q3. We got I wasn't in water. The heat after me was water, which would have been the A heat. And we got some help from Mother Nature in the final closing minutes of the Q3 of the A heat in Q3. They got a little bit of a light sprinkle. Do I know if it affected them much? It looked like it was a little bit, but looking at the weather that could have been predicted, I was pretty pumped about it. Pretty pumped in the moment. I think Mayfield was leading that qualifier, and I had ran a 11 lap 7:07, which was fast, but I thought they could go 12. I thought maybe they could go 12 into the night. I think I had a super fast run, but turns out at the start of the run, at the start of their run, they were only on like 06s and 07s, like I ended on. So I was like talking it over with people, because I had I had my girlfriend out marshaling for me, and I was standing on the sideline, and I was like, they started off on this, and the tracks, they're only going to hit bumps. Obviously, their first couple laps are going to be fast, but it's only going to get rougher, and the track, they're going to hit bumps at some point, so they're going to slow down. And that's what started to happen. Everyone started to fall off before the rain hit, and Mayfield started to go forward, and I saw that happening. And I kind of went, I'm fine with a 2. That puts me second on the grid behind Barufalo, because Barufalo had a 0 in Q2 and a 4 in Q1. And I kind of went, that's fine. I'm like, that puts me second on the grid. I'm like, I'm pumped about that. That's awesome. But then Mayfield, the little bit of rain started coming down in the final minutes, and Mayfield slowly started to fall to my pace. And then I think he got maybe bumped by traffic or had a mistake and fell off. And that's when all the emotions set in, that we had went out and TQ'd nitro buggy, and it was awesome.
That's a big deal. That's really a big deal. I remember you when I talked to you, was like, I was talking to Joe Bornhorst, and he goes, do you realize what you just done? And even when I was talking to you, I think you didn't realize what you had just done. So yeah, man, congratulations, man. Seth freaking VanDalen, Tq'ing DNC, first time ever there. The world got introduced to you.
Yeah, it was an amazing time there during qualifying. We had really started to put something together, and then the best part about that TQ and nitro buggy, obviously the emotions that came from it, knowing that you belonged in that main, that you had the pace to run in that main, and that showed me that, like, hey, you can take this farther now. Obviously, you had good results at SIC and Buggy Land, but now you just went to the biggest race at the start of the year and put something up that many people haven't. You put something on your resume. Obviously, I didn't convert it into a top 5 or a podium, or even a top 10. I ended up 12th in the main, but I put a top qual or a TQ on my resume at that point. And the race has been ran 21 times, and there isn't a list of 21 people who have done that in the Pro Nitro Buggy class. So that I joined an elite group of people, which was made me very happy. And that was a big thing that, like, Joe was talking to me about. He's like, I don't think you realize what you've done. He's like, the race has been ran 21 times, and there isn't a list of 21 people that have done this. He's like, there's maybe a list of 10 to 15 people that have done this. And I was like, I mean, I understand what you're saying, but I don't fathom what actually happened, because I haven't raced at this level very long. Like, that would have been that and SIC and a little bit of Buggy Land were kind of like my first steps into that level of racing. That's
what people don't understand. Like, you kind of just started racing at this level. The general consensus when I walked around talking to other racers like Ron Falk and all these guys who are top racers, I've been doing this for a long time, but like, they were even like, man, congratulations to Seth. That was an awesome run. Like, I even think they were happy for you. And you know, they're your competitors, but they understood, like, this was pretty amazing what you've done. And they gave you the respect for that. So that's kudos to you, dude. Like, I give you all the props for that. They can't take that away from you. And now we just build and get faster. That's it. Like, you have a long racing career ahead of you. And you're going to be battling these guys. And I love your attitude. You're going to get heated with these guys. And my hope all lies in your generation of RC. I swear it does. I swear it does, to make this exciting for us. So congratulations once again, man. I was pumped for you. It made DNC exciting. Somebody new, somebody nobody's really heard of, comes out and just like pimp slaps all the top pros and TQs. It was awesome. It was awesome. But yeah, unfortunately, he wasn't able to turn that into a podium or a top 5. But that's racing too. So that's coming for you. That's no doubt. That's going to happen for you. The more you race with these guys, the faster you're going to get. That's the amazing part about it is you're going to get faster. Like, it's inevitable.
Yeah, that was the biggest thing for me was showing that I had the pace. And like you said, the more you race with these guys, the faster you're going to get because you're going to get more comfortable with them and you're going to learn from them and match their pace. And that's the biggest thing that I've been looking at. The biggest thing from DNC that I've been trying to improve, and I kind of tapped into it a little bit at this last run of the Tekno Winter Series when I was running against Tebow.
Which you beat him again, I might add, by, I think it was what, 2 laps, 3 laps?
3 laps. He had a flame out.
Okay, he had a flame out, but
which cost it. He flamed out right before pit lane, so it wasn't all that much time because the loop was after pit lane, but wasn't all that much time. But it was enough. It was about a half a lap. So I got him by 2 laps. Is what I would say. But I kind of tapped into what I would call a second gear at that race, which is something I've been working really hard on getting to. Is you have your normal speed, your every lap speed, which is like your consistency. Just you can run the same lap after lap, and that was the speed I used at DNC, what I would say during qualifying. And I did the same, try to do the same lap after lap, and it was enough to put me up front. Because I just capitalized on the other guys making mistakes, and I didn't in my qualifiers. But I tried to like push myself at the Winter Series, try and get my second gear back. Because like when I was a couple years ago, I had this what I call as a second gear, which some guys in like motocross have, like Eli Tomac. He's got speed, but then like outdoors, the dude can just like something clicks and no one can touch him. And that's something I'm trying to work on getting again, is I'm trying to get my normal every lap speed up and then have something above that if I need it.
I understand totally, dude. 95% save 5% for when you need it. That's what I like to say. Hello?
You there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Sorry, I had a call come in and I declined it.
Oh, no.
I basically,
I like to tell people 95% save 5% for when you need it. And it takes a lot to learn that. So, but you're on the right track, dude. You are definitely on the right track. But you're also a young racer. And I was talking to you before we came on here. And I was telling you how I feel that the younger generation is what's going to take our sport to the next level. What would you like to see change in our sport? And you've been in this for a long time. So you've been around, you've seen things, even from a youngster, you've seen a lot of things. But what would you like to see change in what we're doing? Like,
are you saying like sponsorship wise?
No,
or like
just like something that you want to see. Like I'm big on, I want to see this go to the next level. Maybe not like motocross and all that type of stuff, but I want to see more people come in. I want to promote this to the average. Like, 'cause a lot of people don't know what we do, man. They don't know what we do. Just see us like Joseph says, we're nerds in the field. You know, what would you like to? How would you like? Would you like to see that change? Or like, I think the more people racing RC cars, the better it is for everybody.
I think the racing aspect needs something to take it to the next level to keep this this hobby or sport alive. Kind of what RCGP is doing. And I kind of looked at RCGP the first year that they ran it, and I talked to a few people about it, and like kind of got their opinions on it, and I kind of just was like, meh. I was like, it's going to be too expensive for an everyday guy like me to try and compete at, or even like have these teams pay for their drivers to go, because like the RC industry it's strong, but it isn't that strong to send top 10 guys to every single one of the events, like 10 top guys to every single one of the events. But obviously you guys did. They found a way to do that, because you guys had...
Well, it was two guys. It was 2 guys per team. So, yeah, it wasn't like 10 guys.
Overall, I'm saying overall, like have the... in total, like have
I got
10
you.
plus guys get sent. Kind of like what motocross has, like the factory teams. You've got like Factory Honda, Cowie, Husqvarna, and KTM, and then and Suzuki at one point. But kind of and then Yamaha too. Sorry.
Yeah.
So then I forgot. Like that was kind of like, to me, it was like, it's not going to be like that huge. But then like you guys released that video, like they released that video trying to pump it up going into the 2020 season. And I think that caught a lot of people's eyes, and mine especially. Like I saw that and went, like, this is actually like cool, like how they're doing the format, what they're doing with it. They have I talked to Connor about it, and like how they have like the RCGP class and then the RC2 class. I watch MXGP all that much.
Right.
But, like, I know MXGP has the GP class and then the MX2 class, which is GP is 450 and MX2 is 250.
Correct.
So they have the higher CC, lower CC. So I kind of talked to Connor, and I was like, I understand that, like, you're separating the pros from the amateurs, basically, but you kind of need something to handicap those guys in the RC2 class to push them, like, so, like, they, like, even if, I know OS makes, like, a 0.19 motor, but, like, find something, whether it's, like I would talk to him, like, find something that, like, handicaps them, that, like, makes them push themselves to get to that same speed. Like, you see the 250 guys, they carry way more corner speed than the 450 guys. The 450 guys just use the power to get out of the corner. And obviously the bike's heavier, so you can't push it as hard. But, like, maybe run, like, a little bit smaller motor in the RC2 class is what I talked to him about. But, like, RCGP was kind of like a huge eye-opener for me. It was like, that's cool. That's, like, cool to see, like, all the teams wearing, like, kind of formal wear, like the factory teams do, and it's like the factory motocross teams do, and it's like, that was a cool part of it. I think if the RC industry maybe goes that way a little bit, I think it'd be awesome. Try and take this to the next level.
A little more professional than guys in t-shirts and hoodies. I get it.
Yeah.
And I want to touch on, you said maybe limiting the RC2 guys. Well, I think it's very hard to do that with engine-wise. I know what you're saying, but I think what the limit was with the RC2 guys was spec tires.
Oh, was it spec tire?
Oh, yeah. RC2 was spec tire. So everybody was on the same tire, and you had a limited amount of tires to use.
Okay.
So that was kind of like the decider. But yeah, man, I'm all about it, and I'm really excited about the docu-series that's supposed to be coming out. Hopefully they drop the first part of it here soon, and it creates a product, and hopefully we can push that, and, you know, later on this year when we get out of what we're going through right now. And I just think I'm all about that, man. And I look at, like, I talk to Ashton a lot, and I say to him all the time, I was like, man, I really hope your generation is, a lot of people talk negatively about your generation. And I remember when I was coming up, they talked negatively about my generation. Well, I actually have a lot of hope. And I think you guys, your generation is the group of young racers that's going to take what we are doing now and make it cool. And I don't see why it can't be cool and more people are doing it. So my hopes with you guys, and I definitely push the youth of RC. Yes, we need everybody. The old farts like me, we need to race too. But you guys are the guys with the ideas, man. Social media, you're pumping that out. You guys aren't scared. You're a perfect example of Joseph likes to say, stop being a fanboy and be a champion. I think you've kind of gone across that. I was telling Matt and Danny at DNC, and I've been saying it for a while, I said, Tekno has a good problem now. You have 3 drivers. You have Tebow, who is the wily veteran. He can still get it done. He proved that at DNC. You have Joe Bornhorst, who's like in the middle. He had a good weekend this past weekend at Holiday Hangover. He's fast, but then you have you, who's like, knock, knock, knock. I'm Seth freaking VanDalen, and I'm coming. And it's just, if I was a company right now, I'd be like, I'm got a good problem. And I love it, man. I love your attitude towards it. You ain't scared. And I think, I just think you're going to be awesome. Like, I think you're awesome already. I just think the sky's the limit for you. And you're going to be, I'm excited. I'm upset that we ain't racing right now, because I was really looking forward to Icebreaker this weekend and see what you was going to do there. So I don't know, man. It just is what it is. But I wanted to touch on something that was a little bit controversial. We kind of brought it up on the podcast a few weeks ago. And I know people are going to get on me if I don't ask you about it. But your dad made some parts for your car that you like running. So you want to touch on that real quick or whatever?
Yeah. We when we were in Omaha, I think it was would be the second round, which was the December round. My dad, being a wily veteran, he can notice things that the car does, and based off of what I complained about at the November race, my car was a little rough in the November race main, and I kind of complained about it. And he was like, okay, it sounds like something familiar that we've dealt with other cars. And he looked the car over and kind of saw some stuff. And then he watched it at the December race and was like, something needs to change with the rear end. And we figured out that the rear, us personally, we think that the rear C and D blocks are mounted too high above the chassis. And kit setup, the setup that we were running at the time, was what would be half down, a half a degree down in the front, and then 1 degree down in the rear. It would be in the D block, so a half degree in the C and 1 degree in the D. So you're moving the pin at least a half degree or a half a millimeter or a half degree down, or I think would be like a millimeter or something, or a half a millimeter. It's a half a millimeter down, and then you're just adding that half degree anti-squat to build traction when the traction is there and help jumping. Well, we saw that we were like, okay, the cars need something in the rear end to push it just that little bit, allow me to push it just that little bit more, to like squeeze a little more time out of the car. Like, I was fast, but I just felt there was something else that we could find. And the C&D blocks, we ended up getting a couple sets made. We had one set that was on my car, and then we had a spare D block if anything bent, and that was it. So we had a set and a half when we were at the January round, and my dad cut my chassis to fit the arms and fit the blocks. When we were there, we didn't have a jig set up yet to cut it like we do now. So he did that in pits, which kind of started a whole, like, storm of stuff that's bad. We got figured out now.
Mhm.
We realized we shouldn't have done it. We did it. It's whatever. It was whatever. But anyway, we found in practice. We practiced with. That was when I went out on as a free agent on tires. I went out with Proline tires, and we got the car set up, figured out. I was comfortable. And then my dad's like, okay, do you want to try these parts that we have now? And I was like, no, I don't want to try them yet. I'm like, I want to go out and test tires. So we went out, we put JC tires on. And at that point, when we put JC tires on, we went 2 or 3 tenths quicker. And I was like, okay, we found some more speed, which was cool. We were happy about that. We found speed that we were missing because, like, we had gotten beat by the Fullers, and we were like, we have the same speed everywhere. It's just they have that little bit more corner speed in a couple tight corners. Whether or not that was the car or it was tires, we don't know. We feel it. I feel it was tires. So we found that. We found 2 to 3 tenths, which started to scare, which kind of started to, like, open the eyes of, like, Tebow and Wiggins, and Colin Weatherholt was there. He's another fast kid from Indiana, along with Tyler. Tyler Jones wasn't there, but he's fast too.
Yep.
But it started to, like, I think it started to worry him that I was getting that far out ahead of him on speed. And I kind of went, we've got something else just in the bag, just waiting. And we ended up putting those blocks on. And I knew the car was going to be more comfortable. I didn't know it was going to be faster.
Mhm.
We went out and went instantly. My first lap matched my fast lap from the previous practice. We went 3 minutes into that run, and I shaved off 8 tenths of a second off my fast lap time, and I could do it. I shaved 3 tenths to a half second off basically every lap, and that's when people started, like, Tebow, I think Wiggins came out and, like, was watching my car, and I think Weatherholt was out running with me at that practice session, and that's when they were like, okay, because they saw us grinding on the chassis, and Wiggins and Tebow, and they're kind of like, okay, something's up. The kid just went way faster, and that started a whole thing, kind of with we had talked to Matt about it, and we had cut pills. We had cut pills before to test it, and it picked up a little bit of time. So we knew something was there, but I just wanted to go back, get my baseline, and then test it again at January. So we found something in December that worked, but it wasn't, like, this big. So then when we went and made these blocks, it wasn't like we just went out willy-nilly and made them. We had something based off of, because we had cut pills. And it kind of, I guess, upset a couple of people, like, up the chain in I think Tebow was kind of surprised about it, which there was good reason to have surprise about it. We came out with parts and really didn't have kind of told anybody about it, and I think that kind of.
But you know what, dude? This is what RC was all about back in the day. This is what RC was all about. A hobbyist trying to get as much speed as they could because they couldn't just go buy these parts. They had to get them made. So it's like a tribute to that to me. I wouldn't, me personally, as a whatever I do at JQ Racing, I wouldn't be upset. I'd be like, yeah, that worked. Let's try it, you know? But I get it, man. And we got in a little bit of trouble here on the podcast, but it seems to be all simmered over now. And man, who cares, dude? I don't even think you need that stuff to be fast. But
no,
you know,
based off of what happened this last weekend, the parts initially were really good. like initially, like that was like a huge eye opener to us that the parts were extremely good. And I haven't really pushed them any farther than what we did at that first run of the Tekno, or that first time at the Tekno Winter Series. I've kind of just stuck with the same base setup, just kind of tuned around it.
Okay.
But Tebow obviously found something that he liked at the Winter Series, because he picked up, whether or not it was just him being the track being more comfortable for the car or him finding something in the car, he found something that did the same thing, but I just had a little bit extra still on him at this last run. And I agree with them. I think I could get the car just as good with the standard parts. It just, I didn't have the time
to do
or
it.
the patience to figure it out. So
Yeah.
like the time and the patience with Tebow coming there the next race to find something else on the car. We pinpointed a spot that could be improved. We improved it, and it got us speed. We didn't want to say we didn't want to test like hub height or like change something in the roll center or something drastic in the shocks or something, or just on the rear end portion of the car. We just were like, we could just move these down 1.5 millimeter, and that's what we did. From center pill to center pill, it moved 1.5 millimeter down, and we picked up a lot of traction. It wasn't, actually, I shouldn't say a lot of traction. It picked up consistency, and that was a huge thing that I was lacking in Omaha, was that consistent grip that I needed on the rear end. I had the run before, like I'd go up and the car would like just toss itself sideways sometimes, and that solved it. So yeah, it upset a chain of, it kind of sent a shockwave through everything, but we got it figured out now.
That's good.
Tekno's good with it.
That's awesome. That's good, man. Because I just want you to do well. What are your plans for the rest of the year? I know right now we're in limbo, but we got the Worlds. We got the Worlds coming up, apparently, hopefully. Yeah. Everybody's like, when I say the Worlds, people are like, I'm like, you can all stay here. I want to go. Brazil, RC, I want to go. But you had obviously Indy coming up. Was you going to do like Silver State? Is Silver State on the books? That's in May. Nationals. Man, you got a lot of racing coming up.
So I've got a list of what I had planned for this year.
Okay.
Go find it. It's kind of busy.
Yeah, let's hear it.
Okay. So starting it off. Okay, my phone locked up. Okay, I can remember. So it was SIC was the start off, and then we moved into DNC, and I kind of got this list together before Buggy Land. So Buggy Land was like the first one on it. Was kind of like a last minute like thing. So we did Buggy Land, and then we moved on. SIC was the next big one. That was kind of like a feeler one for us. So then SIC, and then we had DNC, and then obviously Indy actually, the icebreaker actually came up during DNC. We got approached by our fuel sponsor, VP Fuels, which has been great to us since I was 12 or 13 years old. I actually got them sponsored by them based off of results that I had down in Texas when I was like 13. And they've backed us ever since then. So for the last 6 or 7 years, I've been backed by VP Fuels, which has been great. But we got approached by them, and they're like, "We need a guy at Indy for us." They're like, "Do you want to go?" Well, like, we can help you.
Sweet.
With anything
Go.
you need. Like,
Go.
so I was like, "Yeah, let's do it." I was like, and then that helped Tebow out too, because Tebow didn't have a huge budget for that race. So Tebow was like, "That's awesome." Like, he's like, "You could drive to my house, and then we can ride together." That helps split the budget up with Tekno, and then we can share a hotel room that splits it up even more, and then that gives him more leeway on the budget if anything else happens. And that was great. So we got everything figured out. That race was kind of like my first step into being what would have been my first step into being kind of like a actual travel guy, like helping, getting full on travel help, which was awesome. So obviously Icebreaker was going to happen this weekend, but because of the happenings around the world, it didn't happen because the country's being shut down as a whole. So Icebreaker doesn't happen. Next race moving on from that is P&B. P&B is currently postponed because it's in the next span of the next 4 or 3 weeks, and I think they're kind of canceling everything within the next 8 weeks. So the next race would be Silver State after that, because that's May. And then after Silver State, so I was planning to go to Silver State. So Indy and P&B are planned. The race in May at Silver State is planned. The next race would be, I think, Fuel Nats is in June. That one is obviously I'm gonna hit it because I missed 2018 because of family reasons. So I was kind of hoping to do, like, I wanted to start a string of Fuel Nationals from 2016. I wanted to hit everyone up until I'm done with RC. So I'm going to hit that one. And then after that, which would be July, I think ENATS is the big one in there. I honestly don't know what I'm going to do. I'm not super comfortable with electric cars. So we'll see what July brings. Whether or not I go to ENATS is a kind of up in the air. But then moving into August is 10 scale Nats, which is over my birthday, which is, I don't care. I'll do whatever I want. Because I did it 2016 at a 10 scale Nats, was over my birthday. And got to go racing, which was awesome. So I'm planning to go to 10 scale Nationals because the Worlds, I believe, is in the U.S. for 10 scale. And I feel...
Oh, and 21?
Yeah, 21.
Okay.
I think it's in the U.S., is what I've heard from...
I haven't heard anything yet.
Tebow and Bornhorst.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be here within the next couple of years. So that's like a planned one for me. It was like 10 scale Nats. I had planned to hit it last year. Last year I'd planned to hit it, but then kind of backed out a couple months before the race. I couldn't get the funding kind of together and really wanted to just finish out my
schooling.
Just wanted stuff off. Yeah, schooling and stuff. Save some money. And planning to hit 10 scale Nats, and then we've got an off week. And then it would be Worlds. And Worlds, based off of what I've heard from some stuff, it obviously Brazil, it looks to be a beautiful place, but hearing some stories from some people, it's kind of scaring me because of like some of the stories I've heard. But it sounds like I may get some help if I do go, which is great. From who, I don't know yet. But it sounds like I could get some help. So Worlds is kind of up in the air for me right now. It's leaning towards no, but could be yes. Based off of how many people are going, it's leaning towards no for me because it's not going to be that big of a Worlds year. But after that, I think what would be after that for racing in September?
Well, that's when RC kind of dies down, but I think we're going to have I think that's probably when P&B is going to be rescheduled. We have a couple other indoor races that happen, Blue Ridge Nationals and stuff like that. So it's up in the air, dude. I mean, the sky's the limit for you, though. The sky is the limit.
I'm planning to kind of hit one big race every month.
Yeah.
So I think it's going to be pick and choose between Worlds and 10 scale Nats. And personally, I'm kind of leaning towards 10 scale Nats. That's a big thing that I think I have the discipline it takes now to go to 10 scale Nats and put myself in a good good position to qualify for Worlds. So I went 2016 when it was in Omaha. I was only 6 hours from my house, but I didn't get any practice because I had school, or I had to work. This was in August. Yeah, I had to work, so I didn't get any practice. So I got seating practice, and I kind of did poorly. I got like top 50, which wasn't that great in my eyes. I think I could have done better, but didn't really have the discipline it took to drive a 10-scale car at that high of a level at that point, and neither an 8-scale car. But now I got super comfortable with my 10-scale cars now, and at that point I was running Kyosho 10-scale cars. That was my first year, leading into my second year on Tekno. Or no, that was my first year on Tekno. They didn't have a 10-scale car. So I was running Kyosho 2-wheel and 4-wheel. Weren't the greatest cars, still aren't the greatest cars ever. Really struggled. Moving into this year, I'm super comfortable with my Tekno 4-wheel. Been really liking it. I've got a good carpet setup, like nailed down, that I've been running. The associated 2-wheel drive I've been running because the rest of the team's kind of running that, and that's what I had planned to run. Super comfortable with that. So I'm gonna go into 10-scale Nats and try and make Worlds. Because that's another feather in my hat that I could put. Obviously, the world, like if I put this next Nitro Worlds on, because I have the form to actually go to Worlds now. Since I finished, because I finished so poorly, I'm an alternate. So the alternates were 26th through 31st, so I'm an alternate going into the Worlds.
I think you can make it to the Worlds. That ain't a problem.
Yeah, but with where it's at, I'm easily going to make it in because I don't think a lot of people are going to go. Yeah. So, yeah, I think 10-scale Nats is kind of my base. And then everything after that, I'm just going to try and do one big race a month.
Awesome.
Just keep moving. So, yeah, that should be my plan. Obviously, with everything now, hopefully, obviously, maybe racing won't open up, but hopefully we can go back to a normal life and normal work schedule, and I can get some money saved up.
Yeah, because you have a full-time job, right? What do you do for a living?
I work for my dad, and we build countertops out of his business at our house.
All right.
So work for him, and been doing that for the last couple of years.
You also have a badass track at your house. Who do you work on that as well and help keep maintain it and stuff? How long have you had that track there?
The track's been here. How long has it been here? Probably 05, 06.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's been around for a while.
Yeah.
Or maybe later than that. Like, I think 06 or 07 was like the first year. So, was the first couple of years, but it could be more. I'm not quite sure. I think it's more. I think it's like 05, 04, 05, that it came out. Initially it was in front of our shop, and due to apparently noise stuff that the neighbors could hear the cars. The neighbor down the road that lives in the woods could hear the cars, so we had to move the track behind the building.
Really? All right.
Yeah, so we do have a pretty...
Yeah, that's nice. It's a nice track.
So.
Your brother, Zach, he's younger than you, right?
Yes, he is.
How is he in RC? Is he as dedicated as you? Is he enjoying it as much as you? Is he going to be faster than you?
The dedication is not there right now. We will see in the near future with my career taking off, or kind of starting to take off. Maybe I can convince some people to help me out and bring him along, because I think that'd be a huge thing. I think he's at the point right now where I was in 2016. He's on that edge. He can put himself in a good position to be high up, but he just doesn't have that something else that, like, I didn't have the discipline to do that, but he doesn't really have the speed right now.
Is he right next to you?
Yeah, he's I'm sitting in my room. He's outside.
How old is he?
He is 15.
Okay, so he's still young. He's still pretty
Yeah.
young. And your girlfriend races too?
Yep, she races.
And she's
She
a good
raced-
pit person, and I watched her at DNC. So
Oh yeah, she's got it figured out. She's
Yeah.
done it before. She did it years ago for me. Or
That's
help.
cool, man. Like you're just surrounded by RC, and that's awesome, and that's positive, and that's what's going to help you in your career. And
Yeah.
I think you're on the right track, dude. I honestly do. And man, let's just get this over with, so you can go back and prove what I'm saying right, and prove what everybody's telling me. So it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen.
Yeah, they'll go back to normal eventually.
Well, we've been talking for almost 2 hours now, dude. That's cool.
Yeah.
And I love it. You're very detailed and you remember everything, and that's cool too. The one thing I always say to younger drivers is build your brand. You know, I don't know if I'm giving you a nickname. I'm giving every driver a nickname. So you're Seth freaking VanDalen. I don't know if you want to accept it, but you know, that's what probably I'm gonna refer to you as Seth freaking VanDalen from now on, and it might catch on, it might not, but you know, whatever. Before we sign off, dude, man, would you like to say thank you? Would you have some words of wisdom to anybody? I would like you to say thank you, but I also want you to give some words of wisdom to younger drivers that are coming up and whatnot, because I think that would be good for them as well.
I'd like to say thank you to all my sponsors, TechnoRC, J Concepts, Block, VP Fuels, JTP, King Kong Hobbies, obviously my home track F Full Throttle Raceway. I've got JBT Machining that's been helping me with parts.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Are you there?
Yeah. Okay.
You must have dropped.
Yeah. Call again.
Okay. JTB Machining. That was your last one.
JBT.
You dropped again. I got you.
Am I here?
Yeah,
Okay.
you're here.
JBT Machining, they've been helping me with parts. Stu Tech, which is my buddy Stu that's been doing the parts. And then we've got Duluth Crane, which is Connor Ehlers. He's been helping me with getting from track to track.
Mhm.
And then we've got my dad that's been helping me, that's helped me throughout the years with the cars, getting tires, just shit like that. Sorry.
Don't worry, dude. That's cool.
Something like that. And then obviously my girlfriend for all of her help at DNC, all of her help like pushing me to get cars ready before races. I'm kind of procrastinator, so I really don't like to get cars ready. So she really helps me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. She definitely, your girlfriend definitely needs a Red Bull. She doesn't have enough energy.
Oh yeah, she's full of energy.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I got what you're saying.
Yeah, she was pretty awesome. It was good to meet her. And she just knows what she's doing. My buddy Mike was watching her pit you because his wife pits for him, and he's like, I'm gonna see if she's good as Heather, right? And he goes, oh, she's better than Heather. Heather, don't be mad at me. Don't be mad at me, Heather. But he didn't say she was better, but he's like, oh yeah, she handled, like, his wife always pits him, and it's like, yeah, she did a really good job. So kudos to her as well. Yeah, man, I'm excited for your future. Give these young racers some words of wisdom, man.
To the younger generation out there, anybody that tells you can't use it to fuel the fire, to push yourself to go faster. I was told by many people that they didn't really see anybody in this generation that could be a next top guy, and it was people recently, and that's kind of pushed me farther. I heard people before I went to DNC, people that I was close with, that said that they don't think I can make it, and that also fueled the fire. So any negativity, use that to fuel yourself forward. If you have the speed, use that speed and move forward. But if you have speed, that's the hard part to find in RC.
Mm-hmm.
The consistency, and that's what I've been working on. Find the consistency early. Push yourself to just do the same lap after lap, and just let the speed work into that let your speed work into that consistency, and you'll just continually get faster. And that's like a huge thing that Adam Drake years ago told my dad, was like, the kid has the speed. The speed is the hard thing to find. The next thing is getting his consistency there. That's the easy part. But it takes time. Consistency takes time. Just work towards it. Stay positive, and just use any negativity around you to just fuel the fire to keep moving. And try to put great people or good people around you.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I've placed my good buddy Connor around me. He pushed me this summer to practice. My girlfriend's pushing me to maintain the cars. My dad's always pushed me to drive better. And a couple of guys that I run with now, like Tor, he's been helping me with get set up down. I just kind of got a whole package of people around me that have really been believing in me, pushing me, and just try and find people like that, place them around you. And that's a huge thing. Just keep pushing forward.
I agree, dude. I agree with everything you just said. Totally, 100%. Awesome mindset. That's why I know you're going to be successful. I know it. So, man, I want to thank you for coming on the podcast. I appreciate it. It was a pleasure meeting you, your dad, your girlfriend, and everybody at DNC. And I look forward, and I'll be following your career. And Tekno has a good problem on their hands right now. So Matt and Danny, they're I know they're smiling, so they're happy. So good stuff, dude. Hey, man, I'll see you at the races.
Yeah, I'll see you there. Thanks for having me on. Sorry I ramble so much.
No, man, I loved it. So like details. People love it, you know, and that's going to help you out in your racing career. You remember everything, and I love it.
All right. Well, thank you for having me on.
Cool,
It's been great talking to you.
Tekno RC. Tekno RC. Tekno RC is a premium manufacturer specializing in 8th and 10th scale high-performance off-road RC buggies and trucks. Visit www.teknorc.com for a complete catalog of their products. Tekno RC. Excellence in engineering. Hashtag Tekno Takeover.
What's going on, everybody? This is the No Name RC Podcast Hotline, brought to you by Tekno RC, and joining me once again this week. Thank you so much, Nick, aka Wally Builds. How you doing, man?
Pretty good. A little sore, but
yeah,
we're working through it. So
yeah, you had a little spill on your bike, man.
Yeah, it was just a little one, just laying on the ribs, pretty good, and now we're sitting.
Yeah, well, you know, I love motocross. I love watching it. I don't think I'll ever ride it. I have I've ridden motocross bikes, but never actually on a motocross track. But I'll leave that to you guys and watch. I'll race RC cars when I get a chance. So, yeah. So, I don't know, man. Things are going pretty crazy in the world right now. I mean, you were supposed to go up to the Hangover race. You didn't go. It looked like it was a decent race, but I saw that one of the guys from Canada, Robert, he went to the race, and now he's in self-quarantine for 14 days in Canada. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's definitely something. I mean, for Justin and I, we sat down Wednesday because we were supposed to drive out Thursday, and then we're like, both of us are running our small businesses, and we both can't afford to take 2 or 3 weeks or however long it could be in quarantine. So we just played it safe, decided not to go, and decided to go to the desert and quarantine ourselves for the weekend. And
Yeah.
it was all good until I crashed.
Well, there's lots of races being canceled. Icebreaker's been canceled. PNB's been postponed. It happened all over Europe. So the inevitable has
The
happened.
big barn up in Canada.
Yeah, the inevitable has happened. But we do have a caller. Let's take a phone call. I believe it's Joe Zaier
Right.
of Rant Out of Talent.
Okay.
What's going on,
Hey,
Joe?
Keenan, how's it going?
How you doing, buddy?
Just pretty good. Just sitting here wrenching on my two-wheel drive buggy because I have absolutely nothing to do.
Do you have a place to race it?
Nope.
Nobody has nowhere to race right now.
No one's got any racing going on right now.
Dude, it's brutal. Every track around us is closed until I don't know how long.
Yeah.
The jiu-jitsu gym's closed. Everything's closed except for my work, and I work with a bunch of dirty assholes. That's the place where I'm going to get Corona. Work.
That's definitely where it's going to come from.
Oh, boy. Oh man, it's insane, dude. But I'm not surprised. I am not surprised at all because what's happening in Europe, I knew once the EOS was canceled in Europe that it was going to be a whole bunch of races following it. I'm pretty sure like DXR is going to be canceled. I was just telling Icebreaker at Indy this weekend's canceled. PNB's rescheduled. I think people might be like, "Oh, this is crazy. It's too much." But I think maybe you should be on the safe side with this. Like I think the right thing's being done. I personally think it is. I mean, people may not agree with me, but I don't know.
Well, we're doing the best to protect our elderly and vulnerable.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So, I mean, it sucks. I mean, it's only been like yesterday I went to the gym and grappled a bunch and lifted and did some kickboxing sparring rounds. And it's only been one day to where I've been sitting around and I'm going nuts.
Yeah, it's gonna be a crazy few weeks. I know. I just saw on I don't know if it's 100% true, but I've seen it a couple times now. But San Francisco is gonna go on lockdown for 3 weeks, starting tonight at midnight, and like a full lockdown. I don't know 100% that's true, but that's.
I think I have a friend that works in San Francisco. It's pretty true.
Oh,
Wow.
boy.
That's
Yeah, because the way I was reading it was you're not allowed to leave your house except to go to the doctor and to the grocery store, and that's it.
Yeah. I mean, basically, that's what we're doing. Well, that's what a lot of us are doing right now.
Right.
Plus, I have to go to work, but yeah, that is what it is.
no, that's probably going to stop
Right.
soon too. I think. But we shall see.
No,
Really?
Metal fab doesn't stop, man.
Wow, that's
We're booked out for like 8 weeks.
Yeah, I read another thing I was reading. I think in that same post was that jobs that are necessary to keep things going will still be working. Everything else,
Yeah.
kind of like a luxury or anything like that, will be stopped.
Well, that's the thing. Like, we make parts for Stryker Medical.
Yep.
But we also make fun parts. Like, we make a lot of parts for Moroso and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
So, anyways.
Hey, Joe,
Nick,
did
I
you
got
have a question
for you?
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
So,
All right.
So, since you went off on your own and left Team Associated, I've noticed you started building other brands of vehicles. Are they very similar in the way they build, or do others have like major quirks you'd stay away from? Or is there any brand that you found so far that you would absolutely stay away from? Things like that, or things to be aware of?
Not so much. I mean, there are some things that I think are kind of funny, but I mean, that's just a personal feeling because, I mean, I've seen AE cars for the last, I mean, I've been running AE since 2008. So
Yeah.
the way that they do things is a certain way, and then like maybe TLR or Yokomo or X-Ray, they do them a little bit differently, but they all achieve the same goal, and there's not really a right way or a wrong way. One thing I do like is that in the Tekno cars, they don't really have any shims to deal with in the diffs, so you just basically put it all together and it's done.
So I've been I gave my son a EB 4.3. I got it when it was new and I didn't like it, so I gave it to my son and turned it down to like 20%. Do they still have that really, really long screw that goes through the D block that strips out?
That I'm not sure. I haven't actually worked on a ton of those. The only ones that I've really worked on is the 410s.
Okay.
And that was quite a bit ago, but
right on.
I haven't seen the new cars lately on that one.
Okay. Keenan, question. So do you still want me for the rant tomorrow?
Yes, we're going to do. You have a great rant.
Do you want me to use my phone or do you want me to use my podcast equipment? Either or is fine.
Let's use the podcast equipment. Make it good.
Sounds good. All right, guys. I've taken up enough of your time. I'm going to keep wrenching for no apparent reason except it's something to do.
All right, Joe. Thanks for your time, man. And keep up the good work on the podcast, dude.
Yeah, you too. You're keeping me going, man.
Yeah, I'm going to have to find some news for the next couple of weeks. All right, dude. Talk to you later.
For sure. All right. Bye.
Good. See you later.
Yeah, Joe has 2 podcasts. He's big into MMA, and he has an RC podcast. Hello, who am I talking with?
What's going on, Keenan? It's Danny from Georgia.
What's up, Danny? How you doing?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, dude.
Oh man, not bad. I'm just out here working.
You are?
Me and my son were getting yeah. Yeah, there ain't no stopping what I do. If I stop, then a lot of other jobs definitely will stop. I kind of heard y'all speaking on that when I got on hold. So, yeah, I'm in the transport business.
Okay, yes.
Yeah. But I was just coming from like I messaged you a couple times about, me and my son. Well, he's my stepson, but I don't consider him a stepson. That's in my eyes, it's just not right. But he's just gotten into racing. I used to race a while back ago, nothing real crazy. I just had a lot of fun with it, doing a lot of. It really wasn't a lot of sportsman type talk. Or back then, it was just kind of like buggy, nitro buggy, and e-buggy, and 2 little 10 scale stuff. And I got out of it. And I did it for a couple of years and got out of it. I actually ran. I don't know if y'all might have heard of a brand called Team C. They're kind of like the off-brand of Offsnet.
Yep.
Yeah. They're pretty durable cars, kind of like nowadays standards. You could take it to PMB, and I've actually went to PMB back. I never broke apart, and I can promise you I'm not a smooth driver for even the smoothest tracks out there. So, but it was a pretty good car. But I got a setup question for y'all. Like, we kind of do a lot of budget racing. Sometimes we get to go. We don't always have the best tires to, find, have the best tires to chase the track down as it changes throughout the day or night. So you got a tire that's working during the day, like a nice warm day where traction's medium grip, or I'd say medium to high grip, and then you happen to run a late main where the sun's already gone down and the track's kind of slicked off, but yet you don't have like a softer set of tires to run. What are some things that you could change that are most commonly carried? Like more people can commonly carry fluids around because they're so cost efficient compared to sets of tires. I was wondering, like, what could you change to maybe keep up with the pack that might have the stuff to change, like their tires and all of that?
In my opinion, with that one, it's going to be pretty difficult, because the only reason for that is because generally when you go from a hotter portion of the day, like let's say like the afternoon, it was like 75, but your mains at 8 o'clock and now it's dropped down to 60, 55, 60. Everyone that's going to be making changes is going to go down in oil. So no matter what,
if you're shock oil, diff oil,
mainly just shock oil.
What oils are you talking about? Okay.
Definitely just mainly just shock oil. Sometimes diff oil, but the main one is the shock oil. So being on a harder set of tires when it's colder is going to make it just difficult all the way around. I mean, you can try and change your links to kind of get the car to produce more grip. But without having the proper tires, I mean, that's just going to start. It just kind of offsets and kind of puts you back a little bit without. And there's not really a way to fix it aside from that. I mean, the other thing you can do that some people are against, but some people aren't, is you can take those harder tires and sauce them and then heat them up, and that'll create the tire to get a softer feel. But as far as needing it, going from a hard tire when you need a soft tire, that's kind of hard to start with.
Yeah, I've also tempered with this, and I've seen it kind of helps. I don't, because sometimes we do run into that problem. Sometimes I'll turn, like we run e-buggy and like that. Sometimes I'll turn the ESC down to where it takes out some of that initial power right off the get-go, to maybe less spin. And like I said, I can tell it helps a little bit. He's so new into the hobby. He just loves to go out there and race. And it just happened to be his very first big race was sick. And we took him out there. And he's like, I don't care. I just want to race. And he went out there and had a blast, even though it broke a lot. But that's the big thing that we chase. We just like to do stuff that he likes to do it, but he wants to accelerate as well. And like I said, we just can't chase tire game all. It's
right.
Just how it is.
Yeah, and
the tire game. Oh, good.
Yeah, at those big races like SIC and all, it comes down to that. Like you need this compound, you need that morning compound, you need this. Well, it gets like I remember my last indoor race AMS. Like it was slick, and in the morning it was cold, so I'd have to be on like J Concepts blacks. Then they were too soft midday. Then you go nighttime, you have to go back to them. Sometimes it's a tire game. That's why I'm a big proponent of spec tire for some races, or a spec tire class, and that eliminates that.
Yeah,
so
that would be great.
Yeah, the spec tire
would be great. Yeah,
that's an awesome idea.
Go ahead.
Oh,
yeah, I'd love to do. Actually, we used to race dirt oval go-karts and stuff, and we had that rule set in a whole lot of big WKA kart racing events. You actually had to run a spec tire. Sometimes some people would cheat. You know, they'd soften the inside. They'd take the tire off, soften the inside out. So whenever you started wearing it down more, you'd actually come into more great grip because the tire would get softer as it wore the harder outer layer off.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's also hard to control in the RC world. Yeah. You have with saucing and stuff like that. So
I just think they should let it. If you're gonna have saucing, just let it happen, and just leave it at that. Like just let people sauce.
Yeah,
we're trying to learn it more. I'm not a big fan of it because it does, like I said, we just can't go out and buy a whole bunch of tires like all the time. We're building up our pre-mount sets now so we can keep the rims and the foams to just buy tires, which is a lot cheaper in the long run.
Well, you know what?
Yeah, your old buddy Jay. What's that?
The most important thing is that he's out there doing laps. No matter if it's on hard or soft tires, he'll learn. He'll get fast on those hard tires.
Oh yeah.
So
then when he almost tore up our backyard.
Yeah,
he's been out there like, I just want to run so much. He's actually done like a circle track in our backyard, just kind of learn turning some, and he'll go the opposite way a little bit. And he loves to have fun with it right now. We bought him an RTR car for just to get him into a hobby. You don't want to spend a whole bunch of money and say, here you go, a kid go out there, get beat, and then he's like, I don't ever want to do it again. So, but I think he'll eventually graduate. He just bought his first Sandwall used radio from a guy off of Facebook, and he got really excited. So I think he's I think
He's
he
hooked.
might be in for the long haul.
He's hooked.
Yeah.
He's hooked.
Yeah, and just take it slow and just
Say
make
what?
sure he's staying into it and happy doing it. That's the biggest thing.
He's hooked.
Yeah, your buddy JB. Well, he's hooked. I have a video. I might try to tag you on it. Like, he opened up his RTR at Christmas, and he's 13 now, and I've never seen the kid glow like that ever in my life. You'd almost think he was getting choked out. I mean, his face turned so red. It was amazing. So we all had a great time seeing him open it. He was really excited. So
Cool.
that was a big thing. But your buddy JB, while we were at SICK, big shout out JB. He's a real nice guy. I mean, great conversation. We were up there talking to him, and we were talking to JB, and son was sitting there. And JB was like, "Well, what class do you run in?" And he's like, "Sportsman and 15 under," because they let him run 2 classes. And JB threw him a set of pretty much brand new tires. And he just goes, "Hey, go out there and kick your dad's butt with these tires." And man, he was all giggity about that, man.
Yeah, that's my boy, Wellington Chang. He's nice to everybody but me, but that's fine. He's a good guy. He's a good guy, honestly. He is. I enjoy going to races with JB. He definitely makes it lively, and it's nonstop banter when he's around. But keep on racing, dude. And you guys remember, the only way to get fast is to burn nitro or burn lipos. And what I mean by burn them, like drain them and burn tires, man.
Yeah,
It's a little dangerous there.
well, we're maybe gonna. I used to run nitro, and now that I got me a handyman to take with me, I may get into and get another nitro. I've been looking around for a used one just to kind of get into it.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe let him be my pit guy, and he's seen them, and he's like, "I want one of those too." And I'm like, "You got to learn the basics of wrenching on your own car, because when you give them the tools, and you're like, okay, we ran 2 races, now you need to service your diffs." He looks at me like, "It's the end of the world. I really don't want to do this." And he's sitting in there, and you can hear him chunking wrenches and stuff. It's very funny, but he's learning the hard parts, and the wrenching is definitely not the fun part of it. But when it comes to race day, I think he forgets about everything else.
Oh, that's good, man. It's awesome. Father-son teams. You guys are both having fun, and that's what RC is about, having fun at the end of the day. So congratulations, man, and keep up the good work with your son, and thank you for your support, because I know we talk a lot on Facebook, so I appreciate that too.
Yeah, most definitely. Like I said, I found out about JQ racing a little late after my purchase, and I'm getting back into it. But I kind of like the way that Joseph, his mentality is as far as racing and stuff. It kind of makes me want to make my next purchase a JQ car, just because he's not some huge name brand, and he's making things work, and he's trying different things. So I really give a big hands off to how he's going through.
Don't blow his head up too much now. Let's not blow his head up too much.
Oh, no. I just like that mentality.
Yeah, I get that.
I'm not never been one of the big guys, so go for the small guy, hope for the best.
Cool, dude. Well, we got a couple more callers online, and thank you for calling. And keep me in the loop about your progress, you and your son's progress, man. And tag me in that video from Christmas, please.
Oh, I will. I greatly appreciate it. I hope y'all guys have a great night, man.
Right, and be safe on those roads, dude.
Thank you.
All right.
Will do.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, bye.
All right, who do we have next? Hello, caller. Thank you for waiting. Who am I talking to? Oh, Chuck. Oh, you got me on speakerphone. You got to turn it off.
Oh, man. Okay, 1 second here.
It's Chuck.
Okay, there we go.
No big barn for you, Chuck.
I'm crying. No big barn. There's a big on-road race, March Madness, that also got canceled. Oh, man. So, Nick, I guess we're going to take a rain check. We'll have to talk to you next time.
Yep, it's going to be it's going to be a little bit.
That sucks.
Yeah, we was just talking about Robert. Robert
it.
Sorhin. He went to the hangover race, and now he's in 14 days self-quarantine, and in Canada.
Yeah, he got quarantined.
Yeah. I don't know what he's going to do for 14 days inside. So
That's brutal.
Yeah. So what's up, Chuck? How's things going?
Yeah, exactly. Not too great. Yeah, we got the news today that pretty much we're going to have the similar type of border ban type of thing in Canada. So no one incoming outside of Canada. U.S. border is okay, kind of like what happened to Rob. He got caught at the border. So I guess if you're going to come across and eat lunch and then go back, that's totally fine. But pretty much nobody's eating out right now. And, you know, it's pretty quiet in Vancouver. Yeah, really sucks.
Yeah. You have any RC questions tonight? You just bummed out? No hot dogs at the RC races for you anytime soon.
No, there's no RC racing anytime soon, so I'm gonna have to do some wrenching. So I wanted to call and ask Nick because he does a lot of wrenching. Some of the tools now are different, so I'm thinking about like a much more electric drill wrench and something like the Randy Caster soldering iron, which is like cool because it's pretty much LiPo powered and it's wireless. Are these like decent products, or are these kind of like just nifty little gadgets? Like, are they beneficial to what you do? Like, do you use them yourself, Nick?
I don't actually use those myself. I have used the 1-Up soldering iron before, and it works really well for like taking wires off its motors and stuff like that. If you're in the pits and you need to change something. I haven't used it to rewire a speed control yet, so I'm not going to say it can't, but I just don't know if it's strong enough. I mean, I use an LRP soldering station, and that's kind of like my go-to all the time. So at least for changing wires on speed controls. The much more wrench, I think that's a great tool. It has plenty of torque and power to do 8-scale stuff, and it works just fine. I use Makita stuff here. That's just what I've had for the longest time. But I've definitely wrenched for people. Like, I believe, I think Justin has one, and he uses it from time to time, and it works just fine.
Okay. Right on. I guess it would make things easier on the wrists, not having to constantly like torque them.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
definitely makes it a lot easier on the wrist.
I'm gonna have to go check out these tools. I haven't even seen them. I'm not paying attention here.
It's much more drill. It's pretty cool. Okay. I can go to Home Depot and buy like a bigger type of impact gun, but at the same time, the much more drill looks cool because it's lightweight.
Mm-hmm.
And my MIP tools they're always useful, but at the same time, I'm seeing other guys who are like, oh, this is easy, just zip, and then it's done.
Definitely makes life easier.
I like it.
Soldering iron looks cool, and I'm thinking about that because I got a big Weller, which it works, but at the same time, if I'm sitting around doing nothing, I might as well spend my money on something.
There you go.
I think the 1-Up soldering iron is really good to have in the pits, so you don't have to carry around that giant soldering iron station. But the 1-Up one, like we use it quite a bit at the track. So if we need to pull a motor out real quick or anything like that. And then it's not even that much to carry around too. That's the best part.
And you don't have problems like tinning it or like soldering like 12 gauge or 14 gauge wire?
No, I wouldn't use it for anything larger than 12, but it does 12, 13, 14 just pretty easily.
Right on. Okay, I'll definitely consider that. I do like the product that Randy Caster's got, so I've been looking at it for a while.
Mm-hmm. Yep, definitely a lot of good stuff coming from him.
All right. Well, Chuck.
Cool. Yeah.
Thanks for calling. Stay safe up there. Do some wrenching.
Yep, definitely.
And have fun.
I want to mention I did see the vlog, and Keenan, have you lost some weight?
No, unfortunately.
You look fat.
Huh? I don't know. I think I might have lost a pound somewhere. I don't know. Can't really notice a pound on me. All right, dude. Thanks a lot.
All right, guys. Talk to you later.
Bye-bye.
See you later.
What's up, Ryan? I know you're ecstatic. You made 2 A-mains this weekend. Congratulations. You made an A-main in Spec Nitro, and you made A-main in Open Nitro. Congratulations, dude.
Thanks, man. It was a good one. Actually, I came on to talk about the Spec Tire. How do you guys feel about the Spec Tire? Do you think it should be more of a thing at larger events?
Yes. I like that they had that class. I was really excited, and they had an e-buggy class like that too. What was the Spec Tire for that race? Actually, you told me, but I can't remember.
The Spec Tire was an M3 slide lock. It wasn't very good during practice and qualifying, but during mains day when the track grouped up, the tire came around as pretty decent. I just think it wasn't quite soft enough for how cold it was. It was much colder than we anticipated it to be. But it was a level playing field for everybody, so I'm not going to complain. So everybody had to deal with the tire. So it was good. It was real good.
Did they have any rules on the amount of tires you could get? Or did you get a tire? Did you get a set of tires with your entry, or how did it work?
They originally opened it up to 1 set of tires per entry until everybody in the spec class got a set, and then whatever was left over, they were open to buy.
Okay.
So I ended up buying 2 sets. So I bought a set for practice qualifying and 1 set for mains.
Mm-hmm.
Sweet.
So it was pretty cool.
And you came 4th. How did you finish in that race? 4th?
I finished 4th.
Yeah, good job. Good job.
Okay, nice.
I was surprised to see Adam run that race too. I was shocked Adam ran that race.
I was too. I was not expecting Adam Drake to be in that, but he was. And he kicked all our butts.
Oh, that's
sort of. It was a great time too.
Yeah.
He lapped me 3 times. He lapped me 3 times in the main in a 15-minute main. So, and he lapped me 7 times in the open main. So,
man,
that's not an eye opener for.
Drake is getting faster as he gets older, dude. He's proven everybody wrong that you can still be fast as you get older, and that's all that work is putting in, man. Guys at the track all the time.
Sure.
Cool.
Yeah, Adam did really, really well. He was super nice. I got a tire signed by him. I got a tire signed by Bornhorst. They were both really cool. They were both very personal people, so it was pretty nice.
Yeah, I haven't never talked to Bornhorst, so I don't know. But yeah,
Bornhorst is super chill and laid back.
He kicked ass this weekend up there too. So he won Truggy, e-buggy, and nitro buggy.
He's making those new Tekno cars look real good.
Yeah, Tekno had a great weekend this weekend. Actually, they did work at the Hobbyplex, and they did work out in the Pacific Northwest. So, kudos to Tekno, and they sponsored this part of the podcast. So, thank you, Tekno. Yeah,
right. And they were the title sponsor for the Hangover too. So that was pretty cool.
Yeah. Good people.
But also, I think for the sportsman level drivers. I do think for like the NCTs and stuff like that, or just any major event, I think all the sportsman level events should all be spec tire, just because it would take a lot less stress off of the newer drivers who are just trying to start getting into racing, that just want to run e-buggy or even sportsman nitro or anything like that. I think it all should all be spec tire, just to kind of help them out with the cost and give them one less thing to worry about, because when you're new into racing, there's just so many different factors that you're trying to figure out. And I think doing a spec tire would make things a lot simpler for them.
I agree with you.
And after running spec tire this last weekend, I think spec tire definitely needs to be a thing for a lot of people.
Yeah,
I think it needs to catch on more.
Sure.
You're preaching to the choir here, buddy.
Yeah, it takes a huge part of the setup out of the equation. So everyone's on the same tire, and now you just got to worry about your car. You don't have to worry about if you have the right tires, if this brand of tires is faster than that brand of tires. Everyone's on the same playing field, and then you just got to worry about your car.
Yeah, it makes it more driver skill involved, and it's setup knowledge more involved, and it definitely worked out to the advantage, because in the mains for nitro mains, I kind of struggled a little bit with my tire choice, and I was like, I've kind of got my car set up down pretty good. I can tune my own engines. I can get everything done. Like, my cars are always mechanically sound. I usually don't break, but man, my tire game sucks.
It's a skill, man, in
I just
itself.
don't have it down.
It's a skill, and it's just not.
Yeah,
look,
I
dude,
think it's.
That's all people talk about at these races. What tires you on? What are you doing? What are you like? That's all people talk about. So it's nothing.
Yeah,
it's nothing new, dude. It's something you have to learn. You have to read the track. You have to temperatures. It's a skill to itself, and it's still not perfected by anybody. So yeah.
So that would be a good question for Nick then. So when Nick comes to an event, what are your thoughts on when you come to an event? Like, let's say if you go to like a DNC or a Silver State, how do you approach a tire situation? Do you ask somebody for help, or do you kind of have like a general rule of thumb? Or did that happen when you started gaining more experience? Kind of like, what are your thoughts on tires?
So the biggest thing with tires is, especially if I'm going to a track that I don't really know what's going to work, or if there's going to be a specific tire that's going to be really good, I start with asking around and just kind of people that have been there. If it's a race that's been going for a while, I'll start with people like, hey, what'd you guys run last year? What does the track kind of typically do? Does it blow apart? Does it groove up? You kind of get some ideas, and then you can start brainstorming the type of tires you want to bring. So like if I was supposed to go to the Hangover this weekend, or the past weekend. So I was going to I usually will bring M4 hole shots, M4 buck shots, and then from past experiences of being there, I know that the M4 slide lock starts to work pretty good. And then questionably, the S4. What was that?
Said, yeah, Joe Borhorst ran the S4 slide locks, or M4 slide locks, sorry.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So anyway, you were saying, sorry, I didn't get you out there.
Oh, no worries. That tire's, I mean, from there, like I've kind of have that locked down, so that's where that tire's going to be used there more than half the event. So like from the last couple rounds of qualifying through mains, I'll probably be on an M4 slide lock. And I just kind of, I keep notes. I keep notes of every track that I go to, so I can kind of build off of that and kind of prepare myself a little bit better. And then if it's a track that I have that no one really has any idea of, I run for Proline myself, so I will run M3. I always bring M3 hole shots because that's the more standard tire that's going to usually work decent enough to get lapped on the track to practice with. And then from there, if the M3 hole shot is wearing out really fast, I'll switch to S3. If it's not wearing and I feel I don't have enough grip, I'll go to M4. It just kind of, the M3 hole shot is more of like a baseline, and you can kind of judge where the track's going to go from there.
Okay, that's pretty good. Now, when you practice and stuff like that, I'm sorry.
I was going to say, just basically the M3 is like your midline, and then you can go softer or stiffer depending on how the track's going to go.
Gotcha. And when you practice, I tried something different for practicing for once when I was at the track. I didn't go out and run a ton of times. I only ran a couple of times just to kind of get a feel for how the layout of the track is and kind of like a basis for what my tires would be. And then over the weekend, I just kind of like watched how the track developed and just kind of adjusted my driving style to that. Do you think that's more important versus trying to get a bunch of runtime on the track on Friday and then trying to make a bunch of changes and stressing about it? Or what do you think?
I've gone back and forth on that because there has been times where I show up and my car feels pretty good on the track and it's easy to drive, but still putting in decent lap times. Then I'll just try to do one or two runs just to learn the layout. And then if the car is good and I get the layout down pretty quick, then I'll put it away and start prepping for the next day. But then I've also had days where the car is not very good and it's very difficult to drive. And you're going out there 5 to 6 times just trying to get the car to run right. And yeah, you're learning the layout at the same time, but you're not learning the layout how you're going to race once the car is right. So there's been times where I think it was actually the Fallout last year. So the previous race that they do.
The Fallout. It's at the end of the year.
I was there from when the track opened to when the track closed and just struggled the whole day and couldn't really figure anything out. It was just like then that night, like went home to the hotel and tore the car all the way down to the chassis, rebuilt everything, and started on qualifying. And it seemed a lot better, but it still wasn't quite right. So there's going to be weekends where you need to run a lot, and there's going to be weekends where you just learn it right away.
Ryan.
Good info.
Hey.
Yeah.
I hate to cut you off, brother, but we got a few more people to get through. But you had some good questions.
It's all good, man.
And congratulations once again this weekend. I'm super pumped for you.
Yeah, congrats on your weekend.
Thanks, man.
Hey,
Thank you. Appreciate it. I didn't want to talk about it too much.
No,
I've already had enough of my
It's all good.
It's all good, man. You should be happy about it, man. Thank you for your time, dude. I appreciate it. And hey, self-distancing. That's what you got to do up there in Washington. Self-distancing. That's what it's called, right? Be safe.
Yeah. Yeah, you got to stay in our bubble. Also, I saw your video today, man. Not a bad first video.
Thank you. I'm gonna definitely
get on YouTube.
Improve on that, but I appreciate you watching it. Share it and sub me, please. I appreciate it.
Will do, sir.
All right.
All right. Thanks, you guys.
Bye-bye.
Yep.
Take care.
See you later.
All right. Bye. Yep. You too.
What's going on? Thank you for your waiting. Hello? 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 Tony.
Hey, hello. Can you hear me?
Hey,
what's up, Tony? How you doing, man?
Hey, Keenan. How's it going, my man? How are you?
I'm good. I see PMB's canceled. I know everybody's disappointed, but I think it was the right thing to do. I wasn't going to come anyway because I wasn't going to self-quarantine for 14 days on the way back here. So
I don't blame you, man.
I got to see if I get
a little overwhelming on this day.
Yeah, I got to see if I can get a credit for my plane ticket now. So hopefully. How's things going? You got a question for Nick?
Actually, well, I mean, I had a quick JQ car question on the Black Edition and trying to figure out this tow-in situation, and I wanted to see if there was a simple way. Maybe this might be more a question for you, but either one.
All right. Well,
we're just me and Chunky were talking earlier.
Mm-hmm. Which D block are you running?
I'm running the stock D block right now.
Okay, so the stock D block is 3.25 degrees right there. You can't. The only way you can change the toe in the stock D plate is to actually change the D plate, right? So then when you that's what we call inboard toe. So then you have outboard toe, which is in the hubs. So the hub, there's long inserts in the hubs. They also adjust hub height as well as rear toe. So when you have the plus ones with the plus going to the inside, you're in theory adding 1 degree more of toe. So you got 4.25 degrees of rear toe. So if you go to the plus 0.5s, you are running 0.5 more toe. So it's my math's off. I can't do it right now. So if you run 0, you're gonna have 3.5. You're gonna have 3.25 toe. Period. Now, some people run them in reverse, and it reduces the toe. Joseph says don't do that, but I've had people tell me they do that. And then you just have to, and then obviously you have to match up the rear insert with the correct height. So it has the middle, upper, and lower. So that's what it's really in those inserts is 2 different changes. Trust me, it took me 6 months to figure that out and just asking people over and over. So it's pretty simple. Now, if you go to the white edition rear square toe block, I don't even know. That's a question for like all the other guys because I haven't even run it and the inserts are all kind of different. But that's what a lot of people are using because you can actually change anti-squat and arm height and all that stuff, as well as rear toe with those inserts. But if you wanted to go, like, you can buy some more D plates, but basically the only thing you can change with the stock D plate is the anti-squat or rear arm height.
Okay, because I did notice that a lot of people run, including Chauncey and Mitch, they run that white edition D block, the square one.
Mm-hmm. Because they're trying to get
like
1.5
on the difference between the two.
Yeah, well, that's because Joseph, he was copying Angaro's setup. No, David Angaro runs very minimum rear toe in his car. He's also super talented, and he can do that. But Joseph's theory was that at some point, like he's saying like it's a in the middle somewhere. It's not as good. He says 1.5 can be good on all tracks, but he's also, it's bouncing, like, especially on like a high grip track, you want to run little toe to get their rear end to come around. But when it's loose and slippery out there, the back end of the car is going all over the place. You might want to put as much toe as you can and still drive it. So I know it confuses a lot of people. It's a whole bunch of inserts.
At this point, I'm just gonna have to try it and run it and do a trial and error and see how it works best for our local track here in Loganville.
Yeah.
Versus when we go out and do these big races.
Cool. That's what you got to do. You got to go out there. Leaving it to the big race is like you have to get some runs. You have to get time on your car. I mean, even these top drivers. I'll give you an example. Cole Ogden switched over to HB, had a terrible fresh year. Not terrible, but mediocre in my opinion. Second year in, he done really well. He's still doing good. He has had some failures lately, but even for these top drivers, it takes them a while to get used to cars, I believe, in my opinion. A lot of them can just wheel anything, but to really get, so we're just mere mortals when it comes to these guys. So we need to go out there and put time in and figure them out.
Right. Would you say there's a big difference between the e-buggy and the nitro in adjusting your towing?
No, because
is there a big factor in the difference?
I haven't really driven the new e-buggy yet because I've just watched people drive it. I'm always going to say this. I don't know how Nick feels about it, but I think e-buggy is easier to drive. And I think it's easy to drive because it's instant power and it gets you out of a lot of trouble. I see a lot of people that are really good in e-buggy and maybe not so good in nitro, because nitro, you have to carry so much. In my opinion, you have to carry corner speed to do the same jumps as you would on an e-buggy, where you can come, maybe you overshoot the corner on an e-buggy, but you can still line it up and blip, you're going to do that jump. If nitro, you can't make those mistakes. So your car has to be set up really good, and you have to be able to, you have to pick your lines and break points and all that type of stuff, and it kind of has to be perfect, I just think e-buggy is more forgiving. So I don't know. Maybe you can play around with that rear toe and see, like, if you're just, if your car is not rotating enough, like you need more steering, just a little bit more steering. But at some point, like, you don't want the back end to just wash out either. So you got to find that magic, like that perfect, not perfect, but that perfect mix of you got steering, but the back end still not just washing out anytime.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
Cool, dude.
Back on that topic that Keenan brought up.
What? 1 second. Go ahead, Nick.
Yeah, I agree with Keenan on the e-buggy being a little bit easier to drive. As long as your electronic, your speed control settings are dialed in, you'll be all right. But if they're not, that can make the car quite a bit harder to drive than a nitro car, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I missed
what
that.
Would you,
what did you
what
say?
would you? And I run a Hobby Wing XR8 SCT. When you say dialed in, what would you recommend as far as, like, are you talking about how you program the ESC, or? And I run a 1900 kV motor.
Yeah, it's like definitely between your speed control and motor choice, but the biggest thing is going to be how your settings and your speed control are. The higher the grip and the smoother the track, you can run a more aggressive setting, and it'll make it have that rip and everything. But when it starts getting rougher or starts getting loose, then you want to start messing with your throttle frequencies and your brake frequencies. those are something I tune quite a bit when I run e-buggy. So obviously a higher grip, I'll go to a more aggressive setting on the throttle frequency, and then as it starts to deteriorate or gets looser, or if I just started a looser track, I'll turn that down to make that initial punch a little bit softer and get a little bit less wheel spin, kind of keep the car a little calmer.
Okay, yeah, that's good advice.
It's like clutch tuning as well.
Something I don't play with too often, yeah. Especially with e-buggy, because e-buggy is really new for me and my son.
Mm-hmm.
This is the first year we've ever raced one of e-buggy. We've always done nitro for the past 5 years, and so it's all new experience to us, and so I appreciate all the advice.
Yeah. I think the best way to start it and kind of learn it is to turn the frequency all the way one way, go out and drive it, and then turn it the complete opposite way, all the way at the other end, the different end of the spectrum, and try it that way. So that way you can feel what it's actually doing, and then start. Then after you kind of have an idea, okay, this is what this does, this is what that does, go back, start in the middle, and then if it's too aggressive, go one smoother. If it's not aggressive enough, go one more aggressive.
That's actually really good advice.
I'm definitely going to try that. I appreciate it.
That's good advice. Cool, Tony. Tell Joe I said what's up. And
cool.
I hope you guys get to do some racing or get to the tracker soon. I know it's going to be a little bit difficult. And hopefully I get to meet you later on this year, man.
Definitely. It'll happen, I'm sure, Keenan. Y'all stay safe.
All right.
And tell Sam I said hi. And y'all have a good one.
You too, dude.
Sounds good.
Talk to you later.
Bye. All right. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right. I believe this is the last call. What's going on? Who am I talking with? Thank you for holding. Hello? Are you there?
Hey, sorry, I was muted.
What's up?
No problem. How's it going?
Who am I talking with?
Oh, hey, my name's Hugh.
Excuse me?
This is Hugh.
Hey, what's up, Hugh? How you doing, man?
Hugh. Oh, I'm doing pretty good.
First time caller.
So I guess my question... Oh, yeah, it is. I am.
Okay.
So I was just wondering, of your knowledge, has there ever been anyone that pooped their pants while they were on the driver's stand?
Not that I know.
No, I haven't seen that yet.
Why? Hugh, did you poop your pants while you was in the driver's stand? Hello?
I don't know, maybe.
I'm going to say yes. I'm going to go with yes.
I'm going to go with yes. No, I think you did, Hugh. Who is this?
It's Hugh.
Hugh. Is that your question, Hugh?
All right, Hugh.
Are you pooping your pants on the driver's stand, dude? Come on, man. What's up?
That's really all I had to say.
Okay.
Hey, do you like the No Name RC podcast?
Oh, man.
That's funny.
Yeah, for sure.
All right. Well,
that was good stuff.
You know what, man? I don't know. If you're pooping your pants, man, you might need some diapers. So I'm just saying. But
hey, you might want to be careful with that because toilet paper shortage is coming.
there we go. Baby wipes. Baby wipes.
I use shop towels sometimes.
Hey, man, I live in the DR. I've been in, they don't flush when they do. I know this is a gross subject, but they don't flush toilet paper and stuff down the toilet. Just put it in the wastebasket. And you see all types of crazy stuff people use to wipe their asses down here, man. Cardboard, newspaper, pieces of cloth. It's crazy. So, yeah.
You guys are killing me right now. My ribs.
Hey, Hugh, you made Nick's ribs hurt, man. But thank you. That was funny. What's some humor to the call in? I appreciate it.
Oh. Pretty good.
All right.
Take care, Hugh.
Yeah.
See you guys.
Yeah.
I think that was one of your friends, Nick. Had to be. I don't know. But hey, man, I appreciate you coming. I don't know. I don't never met anybody Hugh named Hugh, but it was pretty cool. Let me see. I didn't even have his number.
Oh
man, no,
his 714 number.
No, he called anonymous.
Oh
yeah. That was funny. All right, man. Well, I appreciate. I'm waiting for that one person when I have Joseph on her to call up and go ballistic. I'm waiting for that day. Man. But hey, man, rest your ribs up. Do what you got to do. Keep up the good work. I'm enjoying this, man. I hope you could come on some more and do it when you're not busy. I guess there's not going to be much going on over the next couple of weeks, so we might have to do this again
there's
next
not going to
week.
be a whole lot going on, so
I
you
know.
want me on again?
Of course. You're welcome here anytime, dude. We do this again next Monday. But thank you, man. I appreciate it. And thank you to everybody that called in. Thank you to Tekno RC for sponsoring this. And thank you, everybody that supports the No Name RC podcast. Stay safe. Wash your hands. And, just wash your hands, people. And if you ain't got toilet paper, use baby wipes.
Yep, definitely.
NNRC listeners, are you currently having trouble trying to get the power down to the ground? Well, don't you worry. Papa Willie's Traction Tonic has you covered for all your RC tire traction needs. Whether you race on carpet, concrete, dirt, loose, dry, slick, or high grip surfaces, Papa Willie's Traction Tonic cures for traction. Benefits of using Papa Willie's Tonic Traction is going to be more traction, long-lasting, light tire wear, sweet scent, clean application, fast acting, fresh fill. Papa's Willie Traction Tonic is also safe on foam inserts and does not deteriorate tire glue. Find and follow Papa Willie's Traction Tonic on Facebook and Instagram. You could also visit them at www.papawillies.net. Use the promo code NNRC at checkout for 10% off. Prepare for victory with the one and only Papa Willie's Traction Tonic.
We are now at that point of the show where you should fasten those seatbelts and put your big boy pants on.
Whoa. Things are about to get serious.
It's time for the JQ Racing Rant.
Welcome to the JQ Racing Rant for episode number 66 of the No Name RC podcast. As Joseph tries to transverse and get back to his beloved Finland, he cannot record with me tonight. So
Never gonna make it.
I hope he makes it. We got a poll up on the Facebook page to see if he makes it or not. But I believe he just got his connecting flight, so he's on his way to wherever he's got to connect in Europe or whatever. But knowing JQ, it's not just as simple as 1, 2, 3. So we shall see. But joining me this week is a fellow podcaster from Rant Out of Talent, also Cauliflower, which is his MMA podcast, is our good friend, Joe Zaier Jr. What's up, Joe? How you doing?
I'm doing kind of okay. How are you doing?
I'm all right. I've been in the studio the last 2 days. As I was telling you, just launched the NNRC RC News. And yeah, Corona's kind of her in the DR. So my wife just came home. She's got a dust mask on, and like everybody's wearing this. And you have to do this. I say, yeah, well, shit's real. So yeah, I got to call AA American Airlines and see if I can reschedule my ticket because I was supposed to be going to Psycho Nitro Blast next week. I was supposed to leave on the 31st, and yeah, I don't know, man. We just. I don't know, but just the world's crazy right now. But I always want to say this. I want to shout out and send positive vibes over to our RC friends and non-RC friends over in Europe, especially in Italy, where people may not think it's as bad as it is. But, you know, looking at Facebook posts from like Federico Rossi and the guy Biddy Design, I guess, who sprays bodies and stuff like that. It's pretty bad over there in Italy. So shout out and positive vibes to them.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, and we're not too far behind if we don't take the proper precautions.
I totally agree with you, man. Yeah, it sucks that things have to be shut down and we can't go race RC cars and we can't go to bars and stuff like that. But it also sucks being sick, and you know, it also sucks losing loved ones. So I think in the end, this will help prevent a lot of things. I'm not a doctor and I'm not a politician. I just have empathy and compassion. And I want the world to go back to normal, but to go back to normal, we first have to go through a little tribulation.
For sure. And in the RC world too, it's the demographic is more overweight. And I'd say there's a good portion that's overweight and unhealthy, and they're the guys who really can't get sick, and those are the guys we have to protect. We really do.
I'm one of those dudes, man. I'm overweight. I'm severely asthmatic. When I get a cold, my asthma, I'm not asthmatic to the point where I go to the hospital, but I definitely rely on my VanDalen inhaler too much. And yeah, I'm definitely overweight. I'm 42 years old. I definitely need to get in shape. But yeah, when I get a cold, dude, my asthma kicks my ass. So I
almost killed a guy a few months ago in a grappling match at a tournament. He started having an asthma attack, and I didn't stop because he didn't tap. And yeah, man, he finally tapped just because he couldn't breathe.
Wow, that's crazy. Crazy kid.
Joke.
No, it isn't. So, I mean, look, this is what I keep saying. Just people wash your hands, and yeah, some people may think this is a joke and not that bad or whatever. And maybe it isn't as bad as it can be, but it's unfortunately, it's probably gonna affect people that we know at some point.
Well, what sucks, we talked about it a little bit before we started recording. You're starting to see a lot of people with very dumb holes in their logic who are politicizing this. And it's like, dude, both sides are getting together for the first time in several years. It's not a political thing. Put your dipshit biases aside and work together.
I agree, dude. This is a good time. I saw a post by a buddy of mine, Jeff Werner, and he said, this is a good time for America to prove that it's really great. And I believe that we need to show empathy and compassion. So, yeah, I don't care what side of the political fence that you're on. I'm not a political dude. I respect everybody's decisions. Man, we need to come together. I'm not even American, but we need to, I think as a human race, we need to come together and just have empathy and compassion for each other and just go from there. We can learn a lot from this, I believe.
Yes, for sure.
All right, Joe. Our rant actually has something to do with this because you hit me up. He was like, you called in last night with Wally Buds. He was like, oh, I want to rant. I said, what you want to rant about? And he's like, oh, I want to rant about this. And I said, no, I saw that too. Let's do a special rant on the podcast. So I'll let you take the mic here.
All right. Well, we got a few companies out there. Some of them are being like, hey, if you're cooped up at home, why not build a model? Why not build a new RC car? Oh, that's cool. That's cool to advertise like that. But then you have two asshole companies, and I mean asshole companies, VP Pro and Aeromax. VP Pro was saying, we'll give you a free mask with each set of tires. And Aeromax, I believe, we'll give you a free mask with every order at $199 or above. Let's start with Aeromax because they try to backpedal.
I think there was a case of masks, if I saw. And I just want to say thanks to Circus RC that we got to see this because I didn't see it till yesterday. And Circus RC was the one who pointed it out.
Circus RC is, if you want opinions, you go to Circus RC. If you want to see like the latest releases, Live RC and Neo Buggy, etc., they have you covered. But Circus RC is the one bringing this stuff to light to the RC racer. So good on Circus RC. They're becoming one of my favorites.
Chris is a good dude. Chris is a good dude, and France isn't locked on, so he's probably feeling that even more.
Right. And these guys are saying, hey, you can't get a mask anywhere, but if you order from us, we'll send you a mask or whatever. So Aeromax is saying, well, we know it's tough out there and we have oversupply. It's like, no, that's not the way you put it the first time. You're just backpedaling. They're just a Huddy wannabe. They really are. You know what? I would support Huddy way more than Aeromax just because of that.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was the first big race to call off their racing last year. Last week was EOS at the Hoodie Arena. So
right. But the thing is, honestly, if they would have done this a week ago, it wouldn't have been as bad. This shit got serious really fast. And there's a bunch of dummies not taking it seriously still. And these companies are one of them. So Aeromax, they tried backpedaling. They're like, well, we know how there's a mask shortage, and if you order from us, we'll send you masks. When you don't even understand, like, the mask situation, that's only so you don't spread it. It's not going to stop you from getting it. Does that make sense?
Yep. Makes sense.
So, no, VP Pro, I've been talking about them since 2012 when Ran Out of Talent first started. A couple episodes I learned that I shouldn't make accusations on tire companies and tire designs. But go to VP Pro's Facebook page and look at their latest carpet tire design. Tell me whose tires that those look exactly like, that they didn't even switch the pattern at all.
Really?
Okay. No, they are the worst of the worst in that area. And now this company is trying to also profit off the coronavirus. Dude, this is
tacky.
Serious shit. It is. It's very tacky. You shouldn't support VP Pro anyways for obvious reasons, and now they're giving you another reason. They are a terrible company ran by terrible people.
Like, who the
will stand by.
fuck thought that was a good idea?
Oh, who the fuck thought anything VP Pro does is a good idea?
Hey, like, let's give you free masks. Like, who was the genius that came up with that? Like, I really want to know.
I don't know. And they're the cheap, like, surgeon masks.
Yeah. Oh, my gosh.
They're not doing anything for anybody. They're in Circus RC, I mean, they're shocked and appalled, which I kind of am too.
Yeah.
And then you're probably going to get a couple morons that, defend what they're doing. And you have all these dick riders for all these different companies. But honestly, at this point, whoever came up with these ad campaigns, they are loads that their mothers should have swallowed.
See, this is Joe Zaier, man. That's why I love Ran Out of Talent. I thought Joseph has no filter. You definitely don't have a filter. Yeah, it's so silly, man. And I was like, what is? I saw it on Facebook yesterday. So what's going on here? And it caught. I was like, what's that? I didn't know what it was in the package, and I was like, these fucking dickheads. Like, I was like, this is so stupid. Like, and I was just like, I was busy yesterday, so I didn't really pay it no attention. But then when I got talking to you, I was like, yeah, these, and I don't know what's going. It's just tacky and it's just not cool, and hey, it is what it is, man. It's like I have that guy messaging me on Facebook, some Asian company trying to sell me washers, and I'm like, he's like, oh, I see that the coronavirus has hit your country really bad. And it's like, we have 11 cases here. No, it wasn't T-Works. I can't even remember. It was just like an individual. I said, we have 10 people out of 12 million that have it. It's not that bad yet.
Yeah.
As like, come on, like, stop trying to make conversation with me. I'm not buying 3,000 colored concave washers from you. Come on, man. Stop it.
Just buy them off a Wish. They need the business.
Yeah. So I don't know, man.
But anyways, anyone who tries to profit off of the fears of the masses, man, we need to put them in a special place. And when this is all over, we just need to turn our backs on these companies. We really do. They need to go away.
Yeah, it's a shame. But it won't happen. That's the problem. Because it just won't happen because they make cheap products and people want to use them.
Exactly. The problem with VP Pro is they make products similar to other companies for 1/3 to half of the price.
Mm-hmm.
And then Aeromax, they're a wealth statement to have in your pit. Like, I won't name names, but I know really, really, really rich 12 scale racers, and they have Aeromax wrench sets and all their tools, not because they're the best, because of what they cost. They're a statement to have in your pits.
Really? I have a 7mm and a 5.5mm one. I just bought them because they were cheap on A-Main at one point.
Aeromax was the last time I looked. It's like a set of off-road tools was like $230.
Oh, I'm definitely not paying that much money for tools.
No, if I'm paying money for tools, it's going to be MIP.
Yeah, or Ultimate. Ultimate's good too. Sorry, had to throw that in there.
For sure. No, you're right. Ultimate's good. ProTech's good. I mean, there's good budget options.
Yeah.
I mean, like I said, Aeromax is that Huddy wannabe. And this is really going to hurt them, which it should. I hate to say this. I usually don't want to see a company go down, but I won't be hurt if these guys did.
Yeah, I just would like to be a fly on the wall when they were thinking of this. Like, I just like, what the hell were you thinking? Free masks? Like, come on. And none of it.
I guarantee it was one person's decision and they didn't run it by anybody. I guarantee it.
Probably. But thanks to Circus RC, we know about it. So that's good too.
For sure. So what are you doing during your quarantine?
Well, I'm kind of quarantined anyway. I live here in the DR. I honestly, I might go a week sometimes without leaving the house. I know that may sound crazy, but I think, well, you know, like I'm started this video stuff and we're doing the podcast and you're doing your podcast and everybody else is doing theirs, which I think is going to be important in this time of lack of RC. I'm gonna try to continue to bring interviews and content to people. I know we don't have races to follow. I do know. I think they're still gonna have like the nationals in Australia this weekend.
Okay.
So I was talking to the Thylacine, Aaron Dexter, and a couple other guys that I know in Australia. They're still gonna go ahead and have it. They haven't really been shut down unless the government actually comes and shuts them down. But apparently they're allowed to have it for now. So, which is good.
What's Australia look like for the virus? Do you know?
I don't know. I know they have reported cases and stuff like that. But man, it's Australia. They got ants that can kill you. So
right.
It's funny just on the virus thing. Me and my buddy were talking about it. Like they were like, "Well, how is it in the DR?" I said, "Yeah. I mean, DR gets everything. We've had cholera, dengue. Since I've lived in DR, there's been outbreaks of cholera, dengue, Zika. Like dengue is always a big thing going on here. This is the oldest civilized country, I guess you would say, in the Western Hemisphere. Like Columbus landed. This is where he landed. And it's also sharing a part. It's a country split in, it's an island split in two. It's sharing Haiti, which is the poorest country in the world, I would say at this point. So, you know, life here is a little different. And I think you would see things happen here that you would never see in America. Like you would see meat outside here. Like they'll slaughter a pig or a cow and it just be out there, like in the open, not in the fridge, not just hanging outside and people come and you buy cuts of meat, you buy it, or people go fishing. And I'm used to in Bermuda, like where fish would be in ice right away. But no, they're just walking on the street. There's a fish hanging off of a stick, trying to sell it, and they just throw water on it every time. And it's just a different type of lifestyle here. I think people will take it seriously. My wife just said she went to the bank and stuff like that, which is good. They have banned flights and all that. They're coming in here. But life will go on here as normal. And I don't think you're going to get people to stay inside here too much. But we shall see how things go.
Sure. Right now, they have 454 confirmed cases in Australia.
That
was updated 1 minute ago.
Wow.
We have about 70 in Minnesota.
Really?
What's going to happen, and I know you listen to Rogan, the expert he had on last week, I think. He's from the University of Minnesota. And he goes, it's going to double every day. It's going to be 1, then 2, then 4, then 8, then 16, then 32, and it'll keep going and snowballing. And that's the worry. Like last weekend was probably the last safe weekend to do anything.
Yeah. There was a lot of RC racing going on last weekend too. So
I missed it. I missed it all because, well, I was supposed to have a grappling tournament on Saturday. They restructured it so the youth would grapple first, but adults weren't allowed in to weigh in.
Mm-hmm.
And then the adults would have to weigh in and then grapple. So I went from having a 5-hour rehydration window to a 45-minute rehydration window. So I'm like, I'm not going to grapple. But then it's like, it's too late to go racing. So I just hung out at home.
You know what this might do, though? This might rejuvenate club racing in a few months.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure. I'm really excited for club racing in Minnesota because we're gonna have a new Astro turf track. We're gonna have a lot of outdoor A-scale club racing. It's gonna be a lot of fun.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna have the NNRC, which unfortunately I'm not able to race nitro buggy yet this year because I retook over the race directing reins.
Oh, okay. So you're gonna be.
So I'm gonna be. Yeah.
All right.
You can't race direct and race a nitro buggy at the same time. The mindset is way different between the two. I'm going to race my mini truggy, but that's even going to be hell.
Yeah, I think this is a good time for people. If you have a little bit of, if you're bored, I would say support your local hobby shop. Get a few projects going. Sure. I know one of my goals is when I get a few extra dollars to get some wheels and maybe a body for my no prep RC car, drag car that I want to build, work on my crawlers and just do things like that. So this is a good time to catch up on all those RC projects that you wanted to do and do some VRC. Taro Craddock just hit me up earlier. He wants to start like a RC Gran Turismo tournament between RC racers as well.
Well, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, so esports is going to take off, and yeah, it should be good. We will get through this like anything else, But I think I just want all my RC family, because I consider every person that I meet, even the assholes that I meet, I consider you part of my RC family, and we all share the passion for RC, and I just want you all to be safe. And I want to get racing with everybody again. So hopefully, I want to race, period.
So do I.
Yeah.
So do I.
You know what?
I mean, I was finally getting really into racing too again, because it usually takes me a little bit in the wintertime. And it's right around that February area to where it's like, all right, I'm having a great time racing 10 scale again. And now, bang, it's shut off.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I don't know, dude. Well, you got plenty of time to wrench in your stuff. You are going to be doing, You're going to be doing your Cauliflower Herb podcast. You're going back on your old Savage Thoughts podcast. I'm sure you'll be doing Run Out of Talent. This is the beautiful thing. There is a lot of RC podcasts out there right now for people to listen to. There's a lot. So I think people will have their fill.
I think I was the second RC podcast. I was the second or third. And then I stopped for a few years, then picked it up, and then I stopped for a couple more years. We started Ran Out of Talent in 2012.
Really? Well, it must have been just Rip was out then. Before that, Rip was been out. Yeah.
It was 2012, 2013. It was when I had my own electric series. So
it was way ahead of the curve back then.
We did such a bad job back then, though. I didn't get real mics and stuff like that until 2017. And yeah, I should send you one of the old shows and you're going to listen to it and be like, what the fuck?
I listened to my first couple of shows and the one show that I won't launch and I cringe. I'm like, ooh, that was bad. I listened to my Cavallari podcast and I cringe because the audio was so bad on that. And I don't know. I'm so pissed off about that. But
I can't wait to get my new board and bring mine up to your level, because I'm going to get the Procaster like you have.
Yeah, my buddy just got one. Ed O'Brien. He's doing podcasting. Nothing to do with RC, but he's an RC dude. But it's going to be like gaming and just human. And he's gone deep, and he's actually giving me advice now. about certain things. So it's like yeah, it's all good, man. Hey, I have to say something before I sign off. Before we sign off, because I missed it last week, and I think you're gonna like this. So I want to say shout out to the Wing. This is an Australian racer that really likes this podcast. And his buddy says, man, can you please shout out the Wing on this podcast? And I said, I will. And I said, well, how the hell did he get a name like the Wing? So he goes, well, he went to a race and he was one of the faster Australian guys were there. And he goes, they must have been racing and some banter started on the driver's stand. And he goes, well, the fast guy goes, well, who the hell are you? And he goes, you can call me the Wing because that's the only part of my car that you're going to see because I'm going to be in front of you. And I was like, hey, that stuck by him. So shout out to the Wing, man. Have fun at the Nationals this weekend and to all the Australians that are going to race. And I guess that's a race report I get to talk about this week and we all get to. And yeah, I appreciate you coming on, man. And yeah, like, fuck these companies trying to take over profit off the coronavirus.
Yeah. On a positive note, I'm trying to figure out a place to spend money in the RC world while we're quarantined. Either I'm going to build a new stadium truck or I'm going to get a couple mini tees for my kid, both my kids.
Sweet.
I'm
going to
like
do that.
Something. Yeah, but we'll figure out something to do. Yeah, no, these companies, and like I said, there are a couple of companies out there that are like, hey, when you're cooped up, why not buy a model? And you know what? I agree with that. But these guys, man, I hate fear exploitation. I really do. And that's exactly what they're doing.
Yeah.
It's fear exploitation.
It sucks. So
it does. We have enough to worry about. We really do. I mean, right now I'm at work, but you know, how much longer am I going to be able to work for, that type of thing, if this doesn't clear up quick? A lot of people are looking at losing their jobs.
Yeah.
So it's scary, man.
It is, man. It's very scary. But we have a job to do too as content providers in RC, I think. So here's a mission for us.
Right.
Keep the RC community informed, entertained, and rocking, man. Keep that passion alive. That's our job.
Right. Yeah. Look for new episodes of Ran Out of Talent. And if you like MMA, look for the Cauliflower Ear podcast. Find the page on Facebook, and then there's a link to our iTunes and Stitcher and all that.
Yeah.
It's a newer podcast, so if you search it on those, it takes a long time to come up.
Who else? We got let's shout out all the podcasts. We got The Voice RC. We got Extra Lap, A State of RC, Rip when they do it. Have you heard Race City RC? That's another one.
No, I haven't listened.
Yeah, you would like that. That's a lot about 10 scale. Race Like a Girl. Okay. There's another one called Real Talk RC. There's also one in Track Walk. Sorry. Track Walk from Pacific Northwest. MBM, TSR. Also, you have another one called the 300 from the UK. Then we have lots of cool YouTube channels out there that you can watch and just get your RC fill. So lots of content out there. Lots of content. Let's excuse me.
He's an average racer. He's a little better than average racer, but he's got a really good YouTube channel. Ryan Stiles.
Oh yeah, Ryan Stiles Harris. Ryan Stiles Harris. Yeah, he's got a great video.
He does.
Well, his video level is. What was that?
I said, keep your eyes out for content. You know, this content is just going to make racers hungry. And like you said, once a lot of this stuff is lifted and we can get back to a little bit bigger groups again, the club racing scene is going to explode everywhere.
I think so too. And that's what's needed in RC right now as well.
It is, yeah. Just a little neglect. Just a little, not neglect. What's the word I'm looking for?
Absence makes the heart grow fonder.
Yes, for sure. All right, well.
Cool, dude. Well, I appreciate your time, and we'll stay in touch. We always do.
Yeah, maybe I'll have to have you on mine during one of these sitting in the basement doing nothing podcasts.
Sure, anytime, dude. Anytime.
Yeah. All right, well, we'll talk to you later, and thanks again for having me on.
Thank you for your time, dude, and I'll talk to you later. Bye-bye.
Bye.
So, That ends our podcast for this week. Thank you to Seth and VanDalen for coming on. Thank you to Wally Builds. Also, thank you to Zaier for his time. Thank you to everybody that called in, as well as Joseph, a.k.a. Bika. I know he's kind of tired after his long flight, but thanks. Thank you guys, all the No Name RC podcast listeners from around the world, for your support. I hope you guys are entertained by this. Remember, this is our opinions, especially the rant. That's our opinions. It doesn't mean it's fact. And we're going to continue to try and bring content over this time and keep everybody's passion for RC stoked. And remember, there's lots of podcasts out there to listen to. Thank you to all of our patrons on Patreon that go the extra mile. I appreciate your support. It definitely helps. And thank you to our sponsors, RCMX, Tekno RC, Beach RC, JQ Racing, BK Servos, Papa Willie's Traction Tonic, and RC Raceworks. Anyway, guys, I'm going to sign out now. Remember, nitro is the glory. E-buggy pays the bills. If you ain't grinding, you're sliding. Have some compassion for your fellow man. And remember, wash your hands. Wash your hands. Definitely wash your hands. And stay safe. Don't panic. We will be racing RC cars once again. Soon, hopefully.
Thank you for listening to the No Name RC podcast. We greatly appreciate all the support and love from you, the listeners. Without all of you, none of this is possible. Special thanks to our patrons on Patreon. If you wish to support the podcast further, you can at patreon.com/NNRC podcast. As a patron, you will receive early releases, special content, and patron-only giveaways. Also, please follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and our website, www.nnrcpodcast.com. Remember, nitro is the glory, but e-buggy pays the bills. If you aren't having fun, it doesn't make sense. And if you ain't grinding, you're sliding lefty out. Nitro is the glory. Nitro is the glory. Nitro is the glory.